that talk about homelessness or homelessness voices, generally online, that are just general and groups on Facebook. Um, I haven't found them to be the most supportive, and I haven't found homeless people to be the most supportive of other homeless. There is this type of energy of pulling other homeless down. There's also an attitude of not helping the homeless, lest you might catch something. So in tonight's report, I'm actually going to try to open up a little bit more, a little bit even further, with my observations on this issue. There's a lot of people that are involved in homelessness solutions that have not been homeless. There's a lot of money that's involved in this. Not everybody that's involved in making a lot of money off the homeless realizes that they're part of systemic corruption. All right. Um, there are a lot of people that turn to drugs after becoming homeless. So the drug using stigma of the homeless addict isn't fair. And there's it almost seems to be like an unspoken conspiracy to keep people in the cities and to keep them away from living off grid. And I've already made off grid podcasts. If you're new, I've supported people escaping urban environments and basically crapping on concrete and basically living in nature with compost toilets and evolving the land use codes to allow people to escape the cities. Having said that, my intention tonight is to give you some actual reporting, to exercise my brain and be more than a conspiracy person, so to speak, even realist, and just talk about the fact that in these discussions with these people that are elected officials, you would think that they would know more than me. But there are real solutions, and it's not that I'm criticizing. I'm going to hear out the people of Portland tonight with compassion for the people that are suffering, that work their whole lives, basically, folks, to have a nice home. And yet there's homeless there. I'm not judging the homeless. I was homeless, but I'm saying they have a right also to live in an environment where people are not sleeping on the sidewalks. I did not sleep on the sidewalks. I slept in my vehicle, and I'm grateful that I had a vehicle. I'm not arrogant about that. And for those that don't know, I gave it away when someone gave to me. But sometimes God does put us in situations where we have to learn from our circumstances. I'm not going to get new agey and talking about past lives too much, but who knows why we suffer and why I've suffered and why we suffer on this planet. Just keep that in mind. We really don't know. What I will say now next is that it appears that this whole council chambers seems to have changed just so slightly in appearance. Now, I just want to say this. There's very few people that I'm talking to in Portland, and it's sad and it hurts my heart. But there needs to be tolerance from Portlanders. You need to put your money where your mouth is, the so-called tolerant crowd. They're not so tolerant to me sharing my emotional wounds and the fact that I'm not really having a good time where I'm at right now in America. And I know some of you are having a better time than me. And I would ask that you welcome my criticisms so that you can actually evolve with the times. And with that, let's hear from this lady. These are introductions. This is a large video. I don't know how much. This is a 6-hour video. We're not listening to all of this, but we're going to listen to, again, the words that are shared here and there.
The Commission was working. As a result of this report, it was very clear there was a need for 2 commissions, as the oversight responsibilities related to both land use planning and sustainability. January of 2023, Council voted to split the commission, creating a planning commission and directing the creation of a sustainability and climate commission, which we are voting on today, or which we're hearing about today. With the city transition, this
introduces new regulations that define more clearly and publicly what constitutes camping. And specify that
we're going to go ahead and hear out what they have to say. This is quite boring and technical, but for those that are just now joining us or perhaps not aware of this, these are the public officials. They're spending millions of dollars, and there really is no, in my opinion, forgive me, I'm just giving you my honest opinion, no real in-depth, intelligent conversation about cause-effect solutions. It's just a lot of going through the motions and really no real discussion about the real state of affairs, where we're going from here economically, discussions about World War III. Not that they have to necessarily look at things like we do or from a conspiratorial perspective, but, it wouldn't hurt to maybe speculate on the real state of emergency that Portland is in. And again, and we'll go back and forth, it's not realistic for people to expect local officials to fix the nation's problems. I'm not on Wheeler's side. I'm not on the council's side per se, but I'm not a psychopath. It's nutty for people to demand that the government house them. Call me old-fashioned. Call me a character from the Lord of the Rings. It takes a village. Where was the village of Portland? We brought it up in a previous video when I needed their help. In another video, we'll talk more about how I survived Portland and stayed sane. We talked about it before in the past, but it had to do with creating content, making videos, exposing the dark side of Portland, involving myself in various forms of pop-up, sudden, spontaneous activism with a megaphone, with the help of only a few people, but very few. I had very few friends when I went back to Portland and I was homeless. And to me, I wanted to make it a spiritual experience. Nothing super bad happened to me, but bad things did happen. There was profiling, there was thefts, there were attempted thefts. There was also the sense of divine intervention. While I believe in God, I did pray directly to the Portland goddess energy as I interpreted it to be rescued. So I think now that I was rescued, to go back prematurely just because I'm homesick and for Aurora would not be smart now that I'm looking more at these YouTube videos regarding Portland in the last couple of days. But boy, I was feeling the love bite to go back. But now I understand why some of you are drawn to me that are there and some are silent. I have insight in this place that can take your soul if you don't pay attention. Straight up, be very cautious. While I appreciate the support that comes, I do think that I'm here to be a teacher of sorts to people in Portland to provide guidance during the SOAR maximum period.
Camping is prohibited for individuals who have access to reasonable shelter or who decline an offer of such shelter. It emphasizes regulating the manner of camping on public property, and it reduces criminal sanctions in favor.
It feels like we're walking into authoritarianism, and I'm going to try to minimize my comments, but they need to be made here and there.
Of promoting diversion programs.
But I also respect the need to create some sort of, law and order, for lack of a better word, where they have an extreme situation in Portland that I'm not presently witnessing. You know what I mean? Like I said, I was respectful when I was there of other people's space and homes. I didn't want to share my story and take it away. I just want you to understand that I was ashamed to even be seen in my vehicle. Whereas there are people that are so far gone in Portland, and we've got some videos we can show you, that they do appear possessed and they're not in a normal state of mind. And that's heavy energy to live around and have your kids around when you're not exposed to that level of mental illness, or what we would call, if you're spiritual, possessions. So they're not just dealing with people crapping on the sidewalks and tenting. They're dealing with people that are legitimately possessed, that are bringing demons around their homes. So there has to be a balance, right? But to expect Portland to just take in all the nation's homeless is not okay, and they should have some priority for people that are born there. That does not mean that if you now have housing in Portland, and I know you're out there, more than a few of you that have housing in Portland, that does not mean that you should not have housing. It means that somebody should have at least remembered that I existed. And I should not have to go back to Portland to be homeless with these folks in order to be on a waiting list if Portland was compassionate. So we just need to shine the light on the truth, folks, that they're more or less in a money-making operation with the corporations and banks to a degree. Let's just tell the truth. That doesn't mean that we're coming after your housing. That doesn't mean that they would hold you accountable, take away your housing if you were to expose the true Portland. You can be a recipient, in my opinion, of welfare and free stuff, and be compassionate to those that are not recipients. Does that make sense? I think they really are creating this very scary welfare state that they can take. If they were to take away the welfare state and people were to lose the money for that stuff, a bunch of people would be out in the street.
Look at the situation on Portland streets to acknowledge that the status quo is not working as well as we would like it to. This ordinance was crafted with extensive feedback from legal experts to ensure its legality and enforceability. We have met with
Seems like we've gone nowhere in 5 years with regards to this. They were talking about this stuff 5 years ago.
members of the district.
Now, when we show you videos from just 1 year ago of the homeless in Portland, it is terrifying. Cue Welcome to the Jungle by Guns N' Roses. With all due respect to those of you that emailed me that are having a decent time in Portland, when we look at the videos here of the people lined up bumper to bumper, I understand that parts of America really, really are bad, but Portland did not look so bad when I was there, and let alone in the 2000s. What is happening now with this level of RVs parked back to back is unspeakable. Okay, so there you do need to come to terms with, even if you like Portland, there is something unhealthy about the sheer amount of people that have just lost it that are there. And really, especially if you have a spiritual inclination, need to start asking the hard questions. Like you're an investigator out of the X-Files. What are all these people with these possessions doing in Portland? I didn't say that I have the answer or that you have the answer. But just saying that it's because of Measure 110 by itself doesn't explain it. There were issues with demon-possessed people finding their way to Portland before Measure 110, just to remind you. And look at the really crazy protests and the BLM stuff that happened before all this recently also.
District Attorney's Office to get their input. We have met with local law enforcement, including Portland Police Bureau and the NERT team, who would be responsible for enforcing this ordinance. We even had the opportunity to have our legal counsel meet with the legal counsel representing those who advocated for the injunction against the city of Portland. We've taken great care to ensure that it aligns with both judicial expectations as well as public needs. This ordinance provides a clear and transparent framework to outreach workers, service providers, public safety responders, and indeed those who are impacted by homelessness on the streets, and to ensure that it is enforceable. Notification is also important. So this provides transparent council action. It gives us the opportunity to be clear about what the rules are, and then work with those who have to enforce the rules, the Portland Police Bureau, those who have to prosecute under criminal conditions, the District Attorney's Office, those who work directly with the homeless population every day, including nonprofit providers, and most importantly, the homeless themselves, so that there is clarity for everybody about what the rules are.
Encampments are permitted in some circumstances in Portland.
So this is Renee Gonzalez. And I have to check to make sure the microphone is plugged in periodically, because sometimes lately we're having issues. He recently was elected, and it was likely Antifa, but vehicles outside his office have been lit on fire. So as there is an attempt to bring some sort of order, those that supposedly care about the homeless will destroy private property simply because people that did pay to live in Portland, a lot of money in fact, aren't liking what they're seeing. And I respect that. It's too bad that I'm not in a position of leadership, but enough on that. Like I said in other videos, there are some things they could be doing to help the homeless other than what they are doing, which, appears to be not very much. But again, is it Portland's job to heal the world, make it a better place? Can anyone actually write me an essay how that's possible? Now, what has not yet been said by me, but should be by now, is that for those of you that are familiar with the Portland geography, just bring up Google Maps. There's nowhere really to build massive permanent housing that I'm aware of in the Portland landscape. They've already built out the city. It's not like other states. Okay, they do have rural areas, but these aren't areas where they're going to put the homeless. And they did propose putting the homeless in really high-end parts of Portland. And it's one thing if you really want to help people that are poor, that are already screened out of what they would call mental illness, what that I would call the archonic interference. So I'm going to use my language, Ansary street language. You can't have people that still got archons up the ass next to your house till you've screened them out. Nor can I just hang out with random people from my audience till I screen them out. You understand what I'm saying? I can't hang out with people in the streets of the comment section anymore because it's dirty and it's nasty, and I have to have a moderator. Just like if you're going to be on the streets, you need to now. Do you notice the parallel between not only the nastiness in the comment section increasing, but also like the shit in the streets? Also, there's a parallel, and you need to own it. For those of you that just point at the shit in the streets while you have your own shit on the internet, you see I am drawing a parallel. You might not like that, but too bad. We need to stop being so shitty.
This is a terrible message for our city, particularly when many of our neighbors.
So you understand what I'm doing here, don't you?
Speak with their.
Hopefully you do. I'm playing a middle role and I'm outside the box, providing my own insight without being this, that, and the other. And I'm advocating for myself at the same time while saying how I, as a person who didn't have a home, without being arrogant or a rich kid, which I'm not, and I'm not fully white, meaning that the odds are actually stacked against me, not for me, even if it's a woke city. They weren't in my favor. Now, America is becoming a shithole for a number of reasons, and Portland, which has been bullied a lot by the right wing, was a city that a lot of people have fled, and a lot of these people have fled red state areas in which there's no services, there's no health care. But Portland's not any paradise for that. As far as I'm concerned, they don't really have an excuse for not having quality, affordable mental health treatment. Now, to get into a discussion about how the mental health treatment program or drug and alcohol treatment program is incomplete and how my understanding of how things are on the earth would upgrade their ability to help people, that's another conversation. But you need to subscribe if you're listening to hear out what I have to say about what these drugs are doing to people, about how cannabis can be healing. But for those of you who take that for granted, for those of you in Oregon, you need to think about half the states in America where people are being forcibly drugged or being poisoned, and not all of them have the knowledge information that those drugs in some cases will kill them. Some of you are very pro-refugee and Muslim, and I understand that. I was too for a while. But I think you need to take it on a case-by-case basis and not assume they all love America and are innocent just because there is Islamophobia. Some of them really will take money from the big banks or from the big pharma to pump people full of drugs that have been traumatized by homelessness and racism because they as immigrants haven't faced what some of us Americans, even those of you that are white, have faced, that have faced joblessness, that have faced poverty. And some of you are new to poverty also, so it's a new trauma. For me, it's a trauma I was born into. But for some of you that are homeless as the last 5 years and 10 years and 15 years, it's a trauma that cuts deep. And so what I'm telling you is, like, I know the truth about the real economics that lead to certain people becoming homeless, right? And also other factors that lead to homelessness not caused by drug abuse. That also includes demons in the workplace bullying, and people with not maybe mental illnesses, but certain personality types to where they don't do very well in abusive environments. To where they don't do very well mentally in environments to where also all the money that they make from their jobs goes to paying for rent, going to pay for expensive rent. Like my understanding of what is driving mental illness in America and Portland goes deeper than what any of these people will discuss. And so my heart just felt like opening up for you tonight. For those of you that were looking to me for, some spiritual leadership being from Portland, I can't focus just on that and just leave everything out. The spiritual calling that I feel to help Portlanders is strong, but to be there physically is just not necessary. And in a way, by me not being in Portland, by being somewhere else, and being, for the now, even though I don't like my neighborhood and city and region of the earth, I have closer people to me, I guess, now than I ever have. I don't like the grocery stores. I don't like the restaurants. I don't like the fact that I haven't been able to date people like me in many, many years. I miss the women of Portland, the beauty of Portland. Not so much the strip clubs, but to be honest, once in a while. Once in a while. There's a magic to Portland that I miss. But sadly, it seems to be under archonic demonic attack. And for those of you tuning in tonight that are secular, I ask that you open up your heart to an ethnic Portland-born perspective on the real reason why you have very disturbed people in your city. Now, without hating the man just because he wants to establish law and order, without automatically assuming he's a Trump supporter. He claimed he's a Democrat, not that should make us see him better or worse. We should be nonpartisan. Let's hear out what he has to say, Is Portland ever going to strike balance, or is it going to go into some sort of authoritarian rule with the robot apocalypse and drones? I mean, because I have lots of different apocalyptic dystopian visions and ideas while there.
Their words and deeds
And here, and Virginia.
that encampments are not welcome.
Oh, and Colorado.
Most fatal.
You need to understand that a lot of these people that are homeless now, although there might be some spiritual ones, a lot of these folks, some of them really are dangerous. And by so many people that are homeless moving into Portland, it really cramps the style. It's just like people concerned about too many migrants. It really makes it difficult for other homeless, and homeless get robbed all the time. And it breaks my heart to see stories about women that are getting raped in the streets, and the trafficking that's also going on in and around the homeless population. But it's not necessarily to be blamed on the homeless. It's just one social ill that is occurring with, quote, the houseless.
Codification of poorly constructed and potentially fluid Boise and House Bill 3115 requirements, and leaving the mess for a future government to sort out enforcement. The code is based on a bad legal foundation that was heavily scrutinized by the Supreme Court, that looks likely to shift as early as this summer with the Supreme Court decision.
I've lived in Portland. Most of the time, with the home. This is not off grid. To get off grid and do the country bumpkin thing, you got to get outside. So people that are unstable, for whatever reason, are drawn to come into Portland and pitch their tent just because a lot of people are doing it. And it's almost as if it's not literally the only place to pitch a tent, but in the minds of some people, through word of mouth and the draconian tyrannical measures of some of the places where they're from, where they're not even allowed to be there, or they will go to jail. Through a combination of factors, not just Portlandia, the TV show, and Measure 110, but not limited to that. But these are a number of factors that together created the circumstances. Okay? And it would take an insider who really knows what's going on in Portland, Oregon, to really do like a really brilliant analysis of the money and waste. And again, a couple years ago, it's a beautiful neighborhood. I lived in it several times. It's called the Monoma Village neighborhood. That's not a neighborhood, I agree, to just put in random homeless drug users that are not screened, that are going to be coming and going from the downtown area. Again, I do believe in the paranormal, and I won't censor myself completely in this talk. So when you have people actively using drugs from the lower bowels of Portland, coming and going using TriMed, it's going to degrade the neighborhood, and I almost want to say violently. So I don't know if they act now if they do have like a cohesive, like peaceful thing going on with the homeless at one of these things, then I should know that and be informed of that. There's also attacks on the homeless that I don't agree with that I'll talk about. For example, and we'll go listen to some more. There was some fake news that went out several years ago during the lockdowns that said that the left, or Antifa, was, living at the homeless camps. And what it was basically bullying the homeless, labeling them something that they weren't. And YouTube, the same platform that you and I are on right now, facilitated this disinformation and suggested this video like hundreds of thousands to millions of times. So keep in mind, my friends, as we listen to things regarding Portland and we communicate, these platforms have promoted disinformation that, in my intuitive spiritual observation, which I think is common sense, they and others have targeted city of my birth and are not really our friends in the end. Even if we use their platforms. In the end, being a organic human being is legit. And if I was to connect with enough of you light beings in Portland, we can use another term for that. Conspiracy buffs, we don't really want to limit it to that. Because there's many aspects of the Portland personality that I have come to appreciate, that I am a part of. I am still a Portlander, even if I am an exiled Portlander who is not part of the current welfare class without an apartment, without support, without those things that so many have. And for a lot of people, it's very easy to just, a lot of people think you could just go and get housing. You just put out your hand and it's that simple. And it really isn't that simple for all people in all places in America. And that's a more complicated discussion for another time. But in places like Portland and others, people that perhaps never had the opportunity for housing, some of them are getting it. But the other truth is, lots and lots of people, for whatever reason, for years have tried to get housing and haven't. And I can't explain that. I can't explain how some people get it and some people don't. Also, with regards to other things, there are these different types of lottery systems. And then some people may just be born naturally unlucky. And no matter what, they never win the lottery. They never win a contest. They never get help. They always seem to deal with that type of some form of interference, which leads some people to have long-term mental health complications, which I think are really caused by spiritual attacks that no one or anything can help them with. And so if they're in the wrong place, in the wrong environment, in the modern day and age, what does that spell? If certain substances are around, they find themselves in a sense of desperation using things like fentanyl and traz for the first time. So you could be seeing them, and if you've never been an addict or you've never lived in Portland like I did in the late 90s and been through, so you don't know what it's like on a small level. What I went through was very small and minor, and you should know that. What I went through 20 years ago was minor and nothing compared to the nightmare these people are living. Oh, I had a nightmare, but I had my wits about me, and I changed shit up. I think I had decent enough genetics too, even if I'm not a tall Superman and I'm balding. I think I also had decent enough genetics that I was strong enough to quit those things while I was ahead. And while I don't agree with everything that my mother has said, her observations about my strength to walk away from certain experiences, is something that I am proud of. And that it's not just escaping homelessness, but overcoming drug addiction, which I accomplished in Portland, Oregon, along with being the only man that covered Top Off for, which was a Department of Homeland Security exercise, only alternative media, non-mainstream media in Portland to cover that exercise.
The blanket ban in the code would then be subject to the rulemaking by the executive. There is an extensive notice and comment rulemaking process that's provided. And based on those rules, then we could be subject to a challenge, depending on.
And my understanding of what Gresham does is the council delegates authority to post and clear camps to their city manager.
Yes.
We as a council basically already did that. We delegated that authority to the impact reduction program. What Gresham does not do is delegate time, place, and manner restrictions to the city manager. That still rests, does it not, with the council?
Yeah, as I read the Gresham code, they have delegated the
House Bill 3115 precludes you from enforcing ordinances that relate to camping. This is what the law says, 195.530 sub 2. Any city or county law that regulates the.
So again, just popping in here and there. Again, it sounds like there's just this debate. One side says we have to do something. This is getting dirty. There's crap everywhere. There's buckets upon buckets. Another side says, hey, wait a minute, there's the Constitution. You can't violate people's rights. You just can't take their stuff. You just can't make them move. And then this discussion just goes on and on. Year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. Here, let's spend money. Let's spend more money. And then more businesses leave. Now there's more homeless. Now there's some protests and fights. And it just continues and continues and continues.
Acts of sitting, lying, sleeping, or keeping warm and dry outdoors on public property that is open to the public must be objectively reasonable as to time, place, and manner with regard to persons.
Isn't any time spent on actual solutions or going, here's what some people have done to get off the streets. Everything is like locked in and funneled into this, their limited understanding of the solution in housing and shelters. And then constantly stereotyping the homeless this, the homeless that, without discussing even real causes of homelessness, and lots of different factors. And acting like they've explored all options.
Is experiencing homelessness. Camping as a concept is much more expansive than that. And in fact, every version of these ordinances make it very clear that the ordinance does not pertain to merely sitting with, lying by, or possessing camp materials that are stowed, disassembled, or packed in a manner that would permit them to be immediately carried or moved. It is my view that all of these iterations, including Mayor Wheeler's original iteration, comply with House Bill 3115. You just don't want to wait long enough for the Court of Appeals to tell you that. I think the trial judge was wrong. Now, of
the people that are right above, the people that are at the very bottom will
46% of all fire injuries and 50% of all fire deaths in 2023 were houseless related. So far this year, the percent of houseless related fire injuries has increased from 46% to 56% of all fire injuries, while the share of fire deaths remains steady at 50%.
So it's not making sense. Like Portlanders are discussing how the city should fix basically the nation's problems, but they themselves, other than the occasional sandwich and bowl, won't really do anything to house people outside of their own inner circle, like Antifa, for example. Louise from Antifa will go on the BBC and say they themselves will never allow their own people to become homeless, basically creating a classist political system. You're either with us, it's very much like the right-wing join or die. Or give me liberty or give me death. Here we have this tribalistic mentality of, we're going to take care of our own, but if you're outside of our system, Alex Ansary and others, to bring it back down to that, you're not even going to be considered a human or even being considered because you're in this conspiracy realm. But if they're so woke and they care about racism, the things that I've said about wars and atrocities should have never been seen as wacko. And when people start, looking at people going apeshit like crazy, especially since 2012, they should look a little more seriously at the paranormal. Now that we live in a world of all of these horror films that people think is fiction, which I think is disgusting, that people don't realize that this is reality. It's not a joke, and it's not something to be entertained with. That's something to look down upon, along with glorifying the gray. So Portland, Oregon, for whatever reason, has an abnormally high concentration of people that are not well. What we're hearing here is that this imbalance is straining police resources, which is overall affecting the quality of life. Folks, just because I was homeless doesn't mean I'm not qualified to be on the council. And so that's the dark side of people judging the homeless, when you have people that I would say not that anyone should be homeless, but there are certain humans that you should not ever, ever, ever let fall through the cracks. Period. No matter what your attitude problem is with me or what I've said. Like, you are the real ultimate failures, Portland. Forever letting a man like me become homeless, and that's your problem. Like, when you have that type of letting something fall through the cracks of the system, and you can't even direct that person to services, you're not a genuine loving city. You've got some other problems. We know about your sex problems. We know about your kidnapping. We know about your butt love. We know about what's on the surface. Maybe that's what's really revealing about your callousness. But all this, we're just trying to help, and this, that, and the other, is just like these people that are there and everybody on camera. None of them know what it's like to suffer. And they care so much about immigrants and refugees, but they're not represented at the council. And it's perfect because you have what? You have one token what? You have one token what? One token bald black guy on the right.
Of all fire deaths. Given the disproportionate impacts of fire-related injuries and deaths on our unhoused population, Portland Fire and Rescue has long opposed unsanctioned camping and has been a strong proponent of city-sanctioned campsites where at least minimum level of safety measures and precautions can be installed and implemented. The current houseless crisis has weighed heavily on our frontline firefighters for years, as they've increasingly been asked to function as a last line of resort for medical, behavioral, substance abuse, and non-emergency calls, as more and more people routinely use 911 to meet basic needs for themselves and others. Given the gravity of the current crisis, Portland Fire and Rescue would support any policy proposals from City Council that moves us towards the prohibition of unsanctioned camping and the reduction of associated fire risks that overwhelmingly impact the most vulnerable residents among us. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Chief. All right, to public testimony. There's no more invited testimony, colleagues, correct? To public testimony, please. Keelan, you're the boss now.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll call people up 3 at a time. So when I call your name, please come on up and have a
Need to
seat.
move the chairs for all.
Okay.
Need to move chairs for folks. Want to make sure the order.
I think we're okay for the time being. Yeah.
Sure.
I think an extra chair is okay, right? I mean, we can.
Sure. I think we're,
I think we
okay.
need to keep it out so that people.
Oh, really? Oh.
Chairs.
Okay. Thank you, Angela.
No, it continues to be alarming that there are mosques and churches, but there isn't a serious conversation about spiritual warfare, and you're still considered unstable and schizophrenic if you talk about it, and just general big level corruption. They'll just look at you like you got 2 heads on, whether it's the council or the women that are sitting down the chair. You know.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Thanks. Hello, Council. My name is Lauren Armony, and I'm the Systemic Change Program Director at Sisters of the Road. I have to say, I have a hard time knowing how to testify right now. This feels like legislation by chaos and honestly disrespectful to all the people that this will impact. So I will proceed with my previously planned comment. Less than a year ago, I sat before you to provide testimony in opposition to your last attempt at a reasonable camping ban. Today, with Gonzalez's proposed amendments, I also have to argue for the right to be a part of the decision-making process. In reading your newest draft of the ordinance and the amendments, the only thing clear and transparent about it is that even after hearing hundreds of testimonies, you all have no concept of what is reasonable for those of us who currently cannot access housing in Portland, which is a lot of us. With this in mind, I also have grave concerns for leaving the decision-making power for this important legislation solely in the executive branch. In this ordinance, you
Understand also, being homeless in Portland or anywhere else is not a automatic sign that the person is conscious, has compassion, and has overcome hatred. Like, that doesn't mean that that's necessary automatically for them to be considered a human, right? But in my opinion, people that have worked through certain hardcore hatred and problematic issues should be moved to the front of the line. People that have worked through certain types of behavior, you know, it's one thing if someone has depression and PTSD and some angry outbursts, but people that are literally intentionally malicious, that are harming people, you know, and stealing, you know, there's too many people here that are acting like they shouldn't be held accountable while they do nothing for people that have good behavior. That's the main point. People that have demonstrated to society, this is the point I'm making now, then we'll go back, that they are competent, that they have skills, that they have worked through hardcore drug addiction, cannabis aside. Those people shouldn't be allowed or just abandoned on the streets for more than a few months. There should be an intervention if there are people on the streets for a prolonged period of time, especially if they are able to contribute society, most especially if they can do media. Because if they can do media and if they have skills and they're ethnic, then Portland, with its money, should hire them at a place like Open Signal. I'm giving you a literal example. People could have, in theory, don't you agree, could have gone to bat for me if they're really woke and against racism and got me a job at Access TV. And what they do at Access TV is this. they hire, even though there's supposedly against racism, and a lot of you are sensitive to the idea of white supremacy being called out, but you should be about it being called out in Portland and the left, since they get so upset at Trump. You should be all about it, in fact. You need to think a little closer if you're judging that. So you'll have people out there that will be white, female, and because they are the real preferred demographic in Portland, they can continue to earn money from a Portland job while not actually being Portland residents. And so when you have people like that living that type of lifestyle, they're not really going to have empathy for people like me, are they? Because they're not really hurting.
He wrote that I can have a blanket by me, but it must be packed or otherwise stowed. How can we, Portland residents, be confident that this ordinance will pass legal scrutiny if I feel unsure about my ability to legally have a picnic on public property?
So much of it is just so survival. It doesn't matter what the year is that we look at this. It's about the packing, how things are on the sidewalk. It's not what are the Portlanders doing with their time. Are they talking about the nature of the world, the wars, the protests? Are the far right going to send thugs into Portland again? There's no like deep discuss. How is this going to impact the homeless? There's no deep discussion about the world that they're living in. It's about blankets, this, that, and the other, and then some people also that are impoverished also. And I understand that sometimes people are duped and they waste their money or they get into bad relationships. There really is very little sympathy for those of us from the Pacific Northwest that are not born into circumstances in which we were able to obtain higher education. There really is zero sympathy for our lives. It's almost as if we're going to wake up one day and they're just going to sacrifice us because we have nothing and we didn't have a master's education. We weren't in the right place at the right time to get a house. And there's really no feelings whatsoever for not only just in some cases non-U.S. citizens, from even some people that live in America that are ethnic, because they don't actually have that real lived experience of being put into a cage. And that's the nightmare of what we're living in. Non-empathetic humans all around us that have not actually suffered and think they know what it's like to suffer. And so that's the problem in Portland. These people that are up there have not actually suffered. They don't actually know what it's like. They all grew up in certain types of environments. Very few of them dealt with real child abuse issues. And so when you study Wheeler, you learn to study a person that's gradually over time becoming a robot, who is doing shady things behind the scenes with regards to the Portland government and centralizing decision-making, creating some form of a new government. Who knows what it's all about, but there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes that are not on the up and up.
Many of you were quick to say that Measure 110 was putting the cart before the horse. I literally never want to hear that phrase ever again because of how many times it was said, when we didn't have enough access to treatment facilities before decriminalization. With Mayor Wheeler, you framed this ordinance as a last-ditch effort to address individuals who refuse offers of shelter. How is this not putting the cart before the horse when reasonable offers of shelter rarely...
For those that missed it, Measure 110 was the legalization or the decriminalization of hard drugs. And at that point, a large number of drug addicts, although I wasn't there at the time to see it, apparently moved into Portland after 2019 and 2020, creating an apocalyptic situation. And it was done under the guise of them creating some sort of treatment centers for people to have an alternative to jail. For people that have never been to jail and know about the experience, it's not a pretty one, and they put me in it for up to 6 months. So I dealt with the hard life, I did. Whereas these people, not from Portland, some of them hardened criminals, they got off easy. And they have been doing hard drugs and abusing women and raping people in tents. And some of these people are deranged killers. And so this weird, we care so much about the homeless, we're so together in this. No. There are many, many hateful homeless that rob and attack and assault and rape other homeless. And that's what homeless people know themselves about other homeless. These people don't come across as people that are career homeless or new homeless, still with their phones, still looking pretty. And yes, we are seeing the emergence, as Gypsy Fox called out, of the pretty women that are out there doing the car camping, right? That are just temporarily dealing with this, that aren't really dealing with what it feels like to be ugly and not wanted, to not have a job, to not be pretty enough, to not be the right ethnicity, okay? And that's when you experience real poverty. And so, right, like that is And so Portland is a very nightmarish place to be when you don't have things going on for you of a positive nature.
Really exist even for those who want them. Please tell me where those resources are. Are you expecting law enforcement officers to know whether these reasonable shelters are available? And with the caseload of the Multnomah County District Attorney, do you really expect them to have capacity to navigate diversion programs with people? If enacted today, you are
Not less. Thank you.
Thank you.
And which includes 5.
The second.
And lost. Not less. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer Shook.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Shook. I'm a Portland resident, an urban planner, and a board member for Portland Neighbors Welcome. The city of Portland has always prided itself on its embrace of data and best practices. A few years ago, the Willamette Week joked that the city council won't listen to you if you don't have a graph. So it's both surprising and concerning that when it comes to homelessness, we're talking about implementing regulations that go against all of the accepted data and evidence on solving the homelessness crisis. We know that housing first solutions with low barriers to entry are the gold standard for addressing homelessness. We also know that programs like Portland Street Response, when fully resourced, are better equipped than police to handle acute needs. I don't understand why we have more resources than ever to direct to addressing homelessness, but we're talking about criminalization instead of building housing. What else do we know? We know that criminalizing our homeless neighbors makes it harder for them to access the shelter and services they need, that forcing people to move multiple times a day often results in lost paperwork, lost medication, and lost belongings. We also know that it makes it harder for service providers to reach them. This frankly seems like a policy based on cruelty, prioritizing the comfort of the already comfortable rather than the best practices for getting and keeping people housed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Nick Peterson,
Nick?
Tim Larson,
Here he is online. You're muted, Tim.
Tim, you're muted. Right, we'll come back to Tim. Next up, we have Hannah Teicher, Monica Corey, Jonathan Greenwood.
Do you see how Portlanders, how unreliable they can be to even show up and testify to city council? Like here today, gone tomorrow
Sarah
type of
Fisher.
like, look, marijuana is all great and all, but like seriously, you know, and this could be an accident, but this is not unusual, you know, for there to be people that are like sleeping into like 4 p.m.
Good evening,
type
Mr.
stuff.
Mayor and Commissioners, I'm Sarah Fisher. I'm a street chaplain in East Portland and an Episcopal priest. I honestly have gotten so confused by the amendments and substitute amendments and revised substitute amendments that
And it's also really, really important that you begin to learn from my broadcast, that you become smarter, that you begin to show that you're developing a higher education. What are you learning from me? That despite everything you've heard about Portland being so woke, it is so white. How do you explain that? Do you have any clue what's going on? No, you don't. If you have not lived there your whole life and you weren't on the air for 20 years and you weren't homeless like I, you have no idea what is going on with that, but I do. So you need to strap yourself in, grab a helmet if you're a right-wing snowflake or a left-wing snowflake, and hear the truth about this place that I know like the back of my hand. Okay.
that I need to get back to basics. Housing is a human right. Objectively reasonable shelter
Then
is not housing.
why did you never hear about Alex Ansary if it's a human right? It's not that I disagree with you. It's that I'm trying to retrace my steps and understand what happened in that 12 months. Why did Jenna of Hawthorne Boulevard, who kept asking, where my show is. Why was she unable when she was juiced in and she knew who all you were and you knew who she was more than likely, or you certainly know people who knew Jenna? Why was there not any discussion about, was it really because I was critical of Obama in such a strong way? Answer the question. Answer the question, please.
Others have spoken well to this. I know that a lot of work has gone into these proposals, and I especially commend you, Mayor Wheeler.
When people say housing is a human right, if you don't help someone with housing, okay, it might be assumed that you don't see them as a human when you people are involved in overseas wars and you're able to walk away from the anti-war movement. Don't raise your eyebrows when we wonder if you think some of us aren't human.
And Commissioner Rubio for elements that safeguard democratic process.
Portlanders can't email me after my months and months and months and months and months of videos. Something is really foul with what's happening to the Portland folks right now.
Transparency and track data so that Black and brown citizens are not disproportionately targeted.
Which Black and brown citizens do you care about exactly? That's one hell of a virtue signal.
None of these.
Oh, but hey, you bragged about being an educator, so you're better than us, right? You have an education. You probably have a nice home, probably in inner Southeast, not outer Southeast. Such a humanitarian.
Measures prioritize our city's most vulnerable citizens.
Vulnerable citizens, but who's that Alex Ansary guy? Most vulnerable citizens. They're not even from there, lady.
Realize that this
you see, I'm not bent. I'm a human being with emotions. My life matters. I don't need to scream like the movie network. It's real. No, I do need to come back to Portland for 3 days, but no more than 3 days, because then after 3 days, the Archons are going to get me.
Election year, and that the people who need
bunch of naked women they'll hop out of the sewers like something out of Michael Jackson's Thriller.
So please, I would like to invite us to all take a deep breath right now.
A man is suspected of using a Molotov cocktail to set a trailer on fire. Police say 2 people were inside that trailer during the attack. Portland police say it happened just after 6 on Thursday morning at Southeast 162nd and Division. Firefighters quickly put out the flames and determined it was set on purpose. The people inside the trailer were not injured. A few hours later, near the same area, a neighbor found a shopping cart full of what appeared to be Molotov cocktails. Police say that William Wingo was spotted nearby. They say he tried to run but was quickly overtaken by officers. The investigation revealed that Wingo had previously lived in the trailer and had been in a relationship with the female victim.
If you want to levy fines, what about fining property owners who keep vacant lots empty instead of leasing them to the city for sanctioned camping sites? This is as objectively reasonable as fining people for having nowhere to sleep. So I want to close quickly with Sonia Sotomayor's question during the hearing on Monday. Where do we put them if every city lacks compassion and passes a law identical to this? Please lead with compassion.
Thank you.
Stop waiting.
So be balanced between this extreme left wing, let's help everybody, give everybody housing, welfare for everybody, taxes, more taxes, but let's not support off-grid living. And then you have the right wing, okay, lock them up, criminalize the homeless, don't give them anything. But there's plenty of right-wingers that have permanent housing, so they're not exactly anti-permanent housing. But you do have more right-wing leaning people that are living off-grid. But there aren't right-wing politicians that support off-grid living. So off-grid living is a solution, living in alternative communities, and you're going to have to do it for your own survival. And these people that are like the educators, the people with the high-dollar class, the people, the brains of the room, if you will, the leadership. These are the people with the big-time degrees and the leadership, the teachers. and they're not prepared to deal with an EMP. They think things like that are kooky. And yet they say they respect people of different religions and faiths, but they don't respect spiritual beliefs on what's happening to their city. Okay, so they appease people to stay in power and to get votes and to get likes, however they do it, in their social network. But things are only getting worse in their city, and they're only projecting onto other people. So you have this left wing, let's just ask the government to give everybody housing without a system in place to give those that are the most deserving or moral a better chance at survival, as opposed to letting someone who's basically a killer, who's still using drugs or bad drugs outside of cannabis, the same chance. No. When I went through this stuff 30 years ago, 20 years ago, it was expected of me to be clean and sober and have housing in Central City Concern. Now they're changing things to put everybody at the same level, and that's setting a lot of people up for poverty. There should be an accurate reward system. It's one thing if they want to give a leg up to the genuine poor, but if people are doing the right thing, and I don't just mean in this situation, I also might mean immigrants too. I bet if we were to honestly look at the immigration system, we would find plenty of deserving spiritual people that were just poor than dirt, right? So there are Hispanics, just so you know, that have no compassion for Mexicans, that have no money, and that's the real reason they'll never come to America, because they're born into poverty. But they'll be assumed that they're cartel, right? Because they're not actually in that situation themselves.
I have Tiana Tozer and Mike Wallingford.
So just understand, there's many, many people that we've been brainwashed to assume are not deserving or are in their situation because they deserve it. And as someone that's lived on the other side of certain things, I know on a level that you are being brainwashed by an aspect of the system, that unless you even are close to have lived the experience of mine, you have no idea what you're saying about other people in other places trying to escape death, period. Some people literally have no idea of the privilege that they were able to receive, whether it be going to a university or whatnot. Some people refuse to see that they were able to have opportunities that other third worlders do not have. And that's the sickness of America right now, that despite our technology, despite all the stuff that we have, people are still sicker than ever. Despite all their access to food in grocery stores and all the gyms and all the fitness centers, people are still unable to live a long, healthy life. And yet we have so much around us. And so bringing it back to this, many, many people have access to information in Oregon about other perspectives on poverty and housing, and they're not accessing their intelligence because they're in a privilege situation, the people in this video.
Tozer, beleaguered Portland citizen. On March 22nd,
And a lot of these people that went to universities, PSU specifically, seem to have been brainwashed by that place into thinking that they're God's special gift to the world or something, without demonstrating what they're doing with that Portland State University diploma other than making a lot of money.
Spent less than half its
Now,
budget
this lady's points are valid.
on homeless services. In May 2023, almost a year ago, myself and 9 plaintiffs reached an agreement with the city of Portland. How's it going, you ask? Not well.
And again, there's going to be many immigrants and Muslims that are not going to have compassion to other people that may have faced racism or discrimination or hardship because they haven't dealt with that. Or they may have a belief system that Allah is punishing those people because they weren't loyal enough in their prayers. And I don't agree with that either.
I work in Old Town, and every time I have to go into the office, I have to report 2 to 3 encampments. I reported one on March 6th, March 16th, and then I took photos on March 19th and March 25th, but didn't report it. And I reported again on April 18th. Why has the burden of keeping the sidewalks clear fallen to people with disabilities? I'm here today for 2 reasons. First, to urge you to enact a camping ban and enforce it, the strictest camping ban possible. Everybody's screaming about criminalizing homelessness and the discrimination against homeless people. There are 38,000 Portlanders with disabilities. We are stressed out by the situation. We are at the end of our ropes. And
so one of the things is there's people with wheelchairs because of this homelessness epidemic that they're allowing to take place to get out of control. And why is that? Problem, reaction, solution. People with disabilities with wheelchairs can't go down the street in Portland. So it's not a matter of necessarily a war on the homelessness. Like, what they've got now is they've allowed like a nasty, nasty, nasty version of homelessness. So again, there isn't like anyone really proposing real solutions, nor backing me up when I needed it, nor the off-grid thing. They're just a bunch of crazy people that have descended on Portland that are in different positions. Some are homeless, some have permanent housing, some are in leadership, but no one really has the intelligence or has the YouTube channel in the actual proximity of Portland itself to explain coherently, like I am, what's happening. What you have is a guy named Clyde Lewis, who's connected to Alex Jones, who's connected to Trump, who isn't even being protested by the Antifa-leaning, left-leaning people of Portland. How hypocritical and crazy is that? If that doesn't tell you how nuts the city of the people of Portland are, nothing will tell you that.
Less than the homeless population. Second, I'm here to debunk some of the false narratives that are being flung about. First, tents and tarps are life-saving equipment. They are not. I've lived in Portland for 20 years and did homeless outreach. I never once gave out a tent or tarp. No one did. That started around 2020. So for 18...
That is very much a part of the virtual signaling. Oh, they gave out a sandwich. They gave out a tarp. How about, like, tell me where I can go to the bathroom when I'm there? Or how about tell me, like, oh, they're so wonderful. They gave... So, like, there are people that drive around Portland and they get the dopamine that there's the guy named Velly Ray, who Mr. Davis calls a clout chaser. He's not wrong. Who basically gets lots of hits and clicks, looking like a humanitarian, giving out the homeless socks and whatnot, while those are short-term solutions, and giving out like a little piece of meat and whatnot. That really does way more in reality for the person giving out the food and the person watching on YouTube going, ooh, like they're zoo animals, right? When that same guy, Billy Ray, drove around Portland, Oregon, talking absolute mad shit about the homeless. Look at them, and then pointing. Then there's this whole echo chamber of videos poking at the homeless. So you have the people making the money off of the videos poking at the homeless. There are the people suffering. There are the people going, just let them sit in squalor, be so compassionate without even helping somebody like me. And then, of course, you have the city of Portland going, let's spend more money. Let's figure out what we're going to do. Let's talk about proposals to maybe do this. But even within that matrix of law and order, something must be done. You just can't have buckets of poo everywhere. There really is nothing that they seem to be doing that is substantial to deal with the homeless apocalypse. If they allegedly want to mediate the extremities of what's taking place, not that I'm saying that they should be a police state or something, but just along those discussions, they are doing very little to hold up downtown. And it's very insulting to one's intelligence to see news reports about Stumptown coffee, which is crap coffee anyways, being some sort of solution to the decay of downtown Portland. It's almost as if there are so many people that move to Portland, Oregon from other places that their standards are so low, they have no respect for native-born Portlanders like me that actually know what it's like to not live amongst shit in Portland. Again, there are people in Portland now that are so accustomed to dog shit that they have no compassion for the early days of Portland that a man like me used to be able to afford in. They're so accustomed to hell, they have no compassion that they have replaced me. And they're going to fight tooth and nail on me going out Portland because they're having a good time. They have an inability to feel really with their heart what exiled ethnic Portlanders are feeling. And so I would love it if somebody would emerge from the audience to help me and get these words out that I put so much effort into speaking every day. If we just talk about exposing what's going on in Portland with spiritual warfare, human trafficking, and homelessness, there's a lot of people to help. There's a lot of bookstores that should be into that and knowing about my life story. But right now, we don't have the Portlanders contacting me. And it leads me to think that I've got to quit. But when I see these discussions happening in real time, I can't quit. I can't stop. There's nothing that I can do to involve myself locally at all regarding these things because the homeless here aren't helped at all. They have to hide like they are literally Jews in Nazi Germany, to be frank. And it's because of that, and it's because of other stuff that people are fleeing to Portland, Oregon. Portland, Oregon needs to have people on the air that are talking about the world's problems in a healthy, nonpartisan, non-political worship and non-foaming at the mouth at politicians. Also, burning down Portland because of Trump, or pro-Palestinian protesters stalking New York cops because of Israel is psychopathic bullshit.
Tarps weren't life-saving equipment, but now all of a sudden they are. That's a false narrative. Second, the issue is affordable housing. This winter, the people of Portland sent you a message, but perhaps it wasn't heard. Remember when the warming shelters had to close because they couldn't get enough volunteers to staff them? That was your citizens telling you that we have had enough. I have always volunteered at the warming shelters. This year I did not. Why? Because like the majority of my fellow Portlanders, I have compassion fatigue.
I would encourage you to download these episodes and re-upload them in appropriate places on the internet. Okay.
Having my mobility hampered and being disrespected by the leadership that allows this untenable situation to continue. If all the people opposed to this camping ban had volunteered at those warming shelters, they would not have had to close. Actions speak louder.
She's not an idiot. She's saying, wait a minute, why don't you help out? Okay, so you don't want the buckets of poo moved. You don't want the people's camps moved. Why don't you help out at the warming shelters? This guy's smiling. So a lot of these Portlanders are possessed just because Portland's expensive and they're in a slave mentality. Because they've been boxed into a slave mentality of the government fixing things, then they're in the slave mentality of the government fixing things. Must fix it. Government must fix this. Or government must allow them to sit and squalor. Or government this. Instead of they themselves as Portlanders doing something. You know what I mean? Portlanders don't live in real freedom. Oh, I live in this place, but, I can't have visitors or XYZ. It's like they don't even realize that they're being feminized by the very system that they think is freeing them. A lot of people in America don't realize that they're not free in the places that they live. It's not just getting away from your parents to get freedom. A lot of people aren't free in the housing complexes that they're living in, especially if you can't have visitors. If you don't have the freedom to have a visitor for as long as you want, if you're responsible, you're not free.
Than words. I hope that helps you understand that they do not represent the majority of Portlanders. I urge you to pass and enforce the strictest
And I'm not free.
camping ban possible. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for being here.
Mike Wallingford.
Before I start, what do the bells mean?
So the first bell is 30 seconds before your 2 minutes is up, and the second one is 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you for asking the question.
Means the crook comes out and takes you out.
We're generous here.
Right.
Thank you. Go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir. Thank
My
you.
name is Michael Wallingford. I'm a Portland native. I was born here, and also I come from 2 tribes that are from here. In the past, I testified on my inability to navigate the city as well as I should be able to, being a visually impaired person. I testified about how it was hard to get down the sidewalks when I can't see the people that are sleeping across the sidewalk, stepping in their poop, stepping on their faces, stepping on, all the clutter and just junk. I have absolutely noticed a huge change in that. I've seen nothing but positive, nothing.
We'll have to come back to that. Delta passenger has profanity-laced meltdown after LA, after missing her flight. Then she realized that she was in the wrong terminal.
Check right now! The head of the TSA! Call that mother right now! Get me up on the next flight! Get me up on the next mother.
Then they tell her she's in the wrong terminal. White woman attacked by thugs. Okay? Did you see that? Okay? When things collapse, there will be both men and women raping women. Okay? I'm not nuts or projecting by being a psychic. Where are the psychic amongst you making the big dollars, even getting close to the caliber of me? What type of reality is this? This is a real investigation happening now of this. So the craziness, folks, that we're talking about isn't just the homeless in the streets. It's this, it's that. This is Atlanta, Georgia. It's Atlanta, Georgia. This is a tornado touchdown.
This house just got hit. Massive wedge tornado.
Tonight.
Oh my God.
This is a Jewish man accusing an ethnic man of racism.
Profiling us.
He's also being accused of threatening behavior for getting out of the vehicle.
You book a black car. Girls, go inside. And you
You're threatening me. You're threatening me.
No, don't stay.
You're threatening me.
Stay
I feel
for-
threatened.
For what?
You are threatening my children.
Say your children.
You are threatening my
You
children.
said that you're a lawyer.
I
Hey,
am.
stay
You're
far from
threatening.
me.
You got out of the car. You are the
Stay far-
aggressor. That's how the
I'm
law
closing
works.
the door.
You're the aggressor.
I'm closing my door.
You're the aggressor.
See.
You got out and chased me.
I'll make sure that
You do that. Big shot.
You got my dick. You got my dick. You got a microscope. You got a microscope. You got a microscope. I'll break your face. I'll break your face. I bet you. I'll break your face. I'll kill your ass. Yeah. You gotta go. With these. With these. With these. You're provoking me. With these. Fuck out of here. They go over there. They go over there. Fuck out of here. Nah.
There you go. It's your time to Seattle people.
That GHB and just get you out on the street. You can barely walk away, and it's not safe. You know, you gotta watch out for people who are gonna put you in a situation and make you traumatized for the rest of your life, and then let you die in a situation where you can't be given closure, and they hurt.
Shoved me on the floorboard and told me to don't move. And he drove off and he fucking took me back to Burnside as fast as he could. You know, it was Burnside in Northwest area back then. And dropped me off as fast as he could because it scared him. He thought he was going to get caught with me in the truck.
So crazy that I've been on the air for 4 months and nobody's messaging me about me hitting the nail on the head. And Subject F won't even speak to me when I call it the fact that there's many men that she knew and I knew that put me down about what I knew about the son. And she's not even a mature enough woman to be accountable for the bad garbage men that she's. These Oregonians, really, it's like there's a corruption in the air. It's like there's something in the air, and they're all breathing this air, and they all have this apathetic, I'm just here to party, I'm just here to have energies. And there's many of you that are not of the light that are here for your own education, which is fine, but I do have to protect myself from the illnesses that some of you carry.
Ever made an agreement with him again and everything, but I swear to God, his face, it was pure anger, rage, hatred. You know what I mean? I've never seen somebody's face change to a demonic look like that.
Now, I did show
He shoved me
you.
on the floorboard and told me to don't move. And he drove off and he fucking took me back to Burnside as fast as he could. You know, it was Burnside in Northwest area back then. And dropped me off as fast as he could because it scared him.
I showed you John's face, who fired me from the Steakhouse. He had sex with staff. And that led to me becoming homeless. But what did I do that was so wrong? Just to remind you. Okay? There was a number of different things that they didn't like about me, but I'll tell you one thing. they were pushing me to sell bottled water for $10 a pop. And Portlanders, at least then, they were big shot, tall, don't be offended, white suit managers at Ruth Chris Steakhouse. They don't like people, right, trying to shove water down their throat. So they made me, as the busser, try to sell water and do a quota thing on me. And I told them that was not appropriate. Portlanders didn't like it. They were offended by it, and they used that against me.
The guy that we went to his house, and he thought I was the girl that ripped him off a few months prior, and he intended on cutting my head off. It took me 4 days to get out of there. 4 days. Rape, being hit in the face, not saying thank you for a bath. I mean, it was just horrible. And what I did the whole time is I didn't react, and I didn't cry, scream, and act scared. I just simply kept reiterating to him that it wasn't me. This was a long time ago, right? And this was my worst one. I thought for sure I was going to die in this one. Of course, I got in the car with a guy that we went to his house, and he thought I was the girl that ripped him off a few months prior, and he intended on cutting my head off. It took me 4 days to get out of there. 4 days. Rape, being.
Why aren't you ready to leave the streets?
Because I'm not through using yet, okay? Destroying my body yet.
You're not.
I gave up my life as normal life for this, and now I'm gonna let the last second quit? No. No, I'm not.
And may I ask why you use drugs? Was there something that happened in your life?
Yes. Regrets. Can you live with yours? I can't. Soberly, can you live with yours?
Little baby girls have never been touched like me. I really using, touching and touching.
Round blabs. Round blabs.
You okay?
Little baby girls have never been touched like me. I really using, touching and touching.
Round blabs. Round blabs.
Seen a lot of positive changes. Our dojo that we train at, no longer has the bunch of people sleeping in our alcove, less defecation around the city that I've noticed anyway. It may have changed, may have not. I mean, maybe I'm not seeing it, but I still believe that there's more to do. And I strongly support the no camping, period. I think that's all.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate your being here. Thank you.
Next up, we have Isa Maxwell.
Welcome.
Addressing the underlying issues. Portland lacks sufficient housing affordable to over 6,000 people who are currently unhoused. We lack even temporary housing for over half of those that are currently unhoused. We are underfunding programs designed to stave off eviction and untenable rent increases for many more individuals and families who are at risk of losing their homes.
Stupid people are. So yeah, there's not only demons that people are naive to. There's toxins in the air in these places like Portland that people that are homeless don't have a break from. So eventually the toxicity takes a hold on the person who is not able to take a shower to clean themselves. People with homes don't think about these things and the breakdown of the psyche that happens, And it leads to people like to drugs, alcohol, harming themselves and others.
And becoming unhoused. We have a housing crisis, and we need to make the hard and perhaps unprofitable choices to focus our efforts, money, attention, and long-term staffing on finding, creating, funding, and managing long-term sustainable housing available to Portlanders on an ability-to-pay basis. We need to accept and embrace the fact that the highest and best use for housing is providing a home, not a profit. Please reject this heartless amendment and focus on the real goal of creating stable housing affordable for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
I live in Portland, Council District 3.
Welcome.
Thank you. Give me 1 second to get my notes up.
Yeah.
So in my time listening to this hearing today, I've heard many perfectly valid complaints, many of which I share. This includes from a member of the fire department around the fire safety regarding folks living on the streets. This includes some disability advocates around the issue of folks camping on the side of the road, et cetera, and how this creates very real problems for the city. To respond to these, as many of my peers have already done a better job than I could of explaining why a housing first policy and getting folks housed is going to be a more effective way of getting people off the streets than a blanket camping ban. I'd like to share the story of my friend Z. Z used to live in a secluded location near the Mississippi Shopping District, near their community, but away from the road, out of sight, and in a place where they could not realistically disrupt any activities by the city, could not disrupt accessibility of people moving through the region, and were not particularly visible. Starting with the ice storm last fall, they started getting swept weekly. The entire area around there started getting swept weekly. And as a result, eventually, Z and many others were forced to move away from this location on public city land onto the side of the road where they exist right now. I guess my point is that if we actually want to address these concerns, the practical concerns that we as citizens deal with, the accessibility concerns, the fire concerns, et cetera, we need to get people into houses instead of telling them that they cannot camp when they have no other choice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Austin Freifogel. Cassidy Kaken. Michael Moore. Followed by Molly Hogan.
Welcome. Thanks for being here.
Am I next? Hi, my name is Michael Moore. I'm on the board of Right to Dream 2. 13 years ago, in October 2011, Right to Dream 2 opened its doors to the unhoused of downtown and Old Town. The organizers of Right to Dream 2 conceived of it as a protest of the city's sidewalk management ordinance, which was not dissimilar from what is being considered today. We thought if we were lucky, we'd be able to keep it going for about 3 months. But then something happened. The people staying at R2D2 became invested in its success. They worked hard. They figured out how to divide the labor fairly, how to keep the area clean, how to handle the donations and redistribute them to the people in need. They figured out everything they needed to make a successful village that was providing a service to the larger community. In short, they became a community themselves, and that community is still going strong today. The people are different, but the mission is the same: to provide 12 hours of uninterrupted sleep, safe uninterrupted sleep, for up to 60 people a night, not counting the 17 people living at R2D2. That's 77 people not sleeping in the parks or on the streets of Portland. Now imagine if instead of making us move from our original location at Northwest 4th and Burnside, which is still an empty lot, you had let us open a second location at our present site. That would be 144 people not sleeping outside. And a third location, perhaps at Northwest Gleason, 6th and Gleason, the former site of C3PO, that would be more like 225 people not sleeping outside, since it is a bigger space. Imagine letting Dignity Village with its 40 or so residents open a second and third locations. The point is that there's a lot of good sites for more self-managed, inexpensive villages around Portland in practically every neighborhood. Our annual budget has not exceeded $63,000. The ban you're considering won't work any more than the previous attempts at the same thing haven't worked. We want to help you find solutions that will work. Please drop this unbackable ban and let us help.
Thank you.
Molly Hogan.
Work on Ansary Palace is pretty well finished up the roof. We're just doing some sealing now on the on some of the welds that didn't really turn out all that great, so we're just sealing them off to make sure that it's really sealed. I don't know what's going on with that, but anyway.
There's cracks there. You said fill in the cracks with.
Yeah, anything that's
There were cracks here, 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 and here. That's
all right. Yeah. Just try to go with the grain when you do that, because if we do drywall later on, you want to kind of have practice on that. All right. So I'm not doing drywall in here, but drywall on other jobs. So again, this was sanded, and then we seal it with a sealer, and then we're going to hit it with a silver spray paint to blend it all in. We've had a few different layers of paint here with this mild color change because the color code from the first bottle of paint got lost. So if you're thinking things are a little bit more green now, they are, okay? We've done some reinforcement on the door. This is supposed to be blizzard resistant, which means that with a double zigzag, we're really going to be able to seal that door up, or he'll be able to seal that door up. And so in blizzard type weather, that could seal up really well. Over here, the inside of the storage, I've advised to go white, like interior cabinets, so that if you have a minimum of light inside, let's say when one small LED light inside, you're going to be able to light up the interior of these cabinets, find your way around. Combination of sealer and polyurethane paint on every seam, every hole, every bad. It's just really easy, fast, and easy to replace. The battery's been mounted in semi-permanently, and we have room, with a little careful organizing, to put a second battery in there. Because of the expected power demand in this trailer, as you can see, the interior has gone through a little bit of work with the shelving, little finish, little fold-up desk made from a piece of scrap high-grade plywood, actually. Now, this also, if you can see the color difference, both the wall and that little fold-up tabletop have the exact same finish on them. It's just that the different types of wood reacted differently to the finish.
I'm not sure how long the mute has been on. Anyway, we were just watching this video, and this individual had helped me, yes, on one level, but he also had some issues with control. So I got away from him, and someone stole his tools from him, and then he accused me of it because I was someone that had a falling out with him. And then he went looking for me at Access TV, and he treated me like a criminal because I was homeless, and he talked about me on his channel, and his audience members said that I looked like a drug addict, that I looked like the type. And they profiled me, and so I made a mistake by talking to this man, and his content on his channel was also obsessed with ISIS invading America. So he had an inclination towards propaganda.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Molly Hogan, and I'm the director of the Welcome Home Coalition. We are dozens of nonprofit organizations, housing providers, and homeless service providers. And I'm here to urge you to not pass item 339. Revisiting an ordinance to ticket and jail people for surviving in tents is a waste of city resources and time. And I'm just fresh out of a really inspiring day. Yesterday, we hosted a housing summit, and we heard from folks in the city of Houston. And I don't want to move to Houston, but yesterday I was really inspired. And tonight, sitting here listening.
Yeah, whatever. House the people as long as I'm in Portland and I'm homeless on your streets, but not try to house me if I'm not currently in Portland. Portland people, so valuable because they're in Portland. They've got that loosh. Ooh, but someone from Portland who's contributing to Portland, who's not physically in Portland now, you don't believe in house that person. You don't even want to know my name, but you're inspired. Let's hear about your inspiration. So genuine.
To you all, I just feel depressed and disappointed.
Well, I'm disappointed in you.
Houston,
You should know who Alex Ansary is.
They've decommissioned,
but you don't care.
130 something camps. But she gave an example of one that was 286 people. 200 of those 286 people were moved into permanent housing. And it was a 4 to 6 week process. And they did that they had landlords set up tables at the encampment.
And welfare, and it worked. And they just gave them free stuff.
A uniform.
And forget off grid. They just gave it to them.
We have more money than Houston.
Money.
No, we could do that.
We could do it. Yeah, and Houston, did they give it to people who weren't black? Did they give it to other people that weren't black in Houston? Did you look into that?
Residents that rightfully live in these neighborhoods like mine, I have lived next to one of the worst campsites, which was, what did you guys call it? The pit, the Stillbridge pit. People like Carmen Rubio, who advocate for people living on the streets and then use indigenous women and black women as their excuse, and they're fighting for us. I don't want you fighting for me. As a black woman, nobody should be advocating for anybody to live on the streets like this. I have watched women get sexually assaulted multiple times. I've seen people dying from drug overdoses. I've also seen people at our property at McCormick Pier, an elderly couple, get beat to a pulp with the woman's nose getting broken. This isn't cool, okay? Gonzalez, I really was thinking that you were a meow, but I'm really glad to see that you got your big boy pants on. You got to stick to your guns. These people that have been elected into the office right now, these are people that have been the demise of Portland. Rubio, Mingus Max, and Ted Wheeler, bruh, and Dan Ryan. Bruh, get out. Get out. Let the adults come in and start making the decisions. That's clean up the streets.
I'm leaving, I promise.
Next up, we have Travis Athugis.
Travis, welcome.
Hi, yes, thank you. Hi, my name is Travis Thugis. I'm not an activist or affiliated with yet another tired, overprivileged member of the homeless industrial complex. I'm a resident of Northeast Portland, and I'm here today to offer my complete support for this legislation and encourage the council to be even stricter. The sidewalks are a basic right-of-way. Mayor said today that the most important individuals in this discussion are the homeless. They're not. Over the past few years, I've been unable to use the streets to walk or bike to work. I've been forced to take my children onto busy public streets to avoid the sidewalks because the homeless and tent camps make it unusable for strollers. My children have been unable to use the public park restrooms because last time my daughter tried to use them when she was potty training, there was a homeless guy shooting up in them. And now she doesn't use them anymore. I've had grown men masturbate and defecate in front of my wife and daughters. My wife and I have been subject to campers following us and subject to shouting racial slurs at us. And I've seen guns drawn in many freeway medians where the homeless are camping. We all know it's caused by drugs, it's not economics, we all know that. I've been to countries where people are actually poor and homeless due to poverty. My parents grew up there, and they look nothing like Portland. You don't see needles everywhere.
What do you think? Should there be healing? Do I need to be a little bit more hardcore at bringing up the fact that when I did drugs, they made me a felon, threw me in jail, and destroyed my life. And then I got a crappy job, and then they threw me away when they were done with me, and so did Portland. And now they want to allow people to shoot up and destroy this man's nice relationship with his daughter, or a nice day out to go get some ice cream, and they try to go to the bathroom and someone's shooting up, but yet they treated me like I was a dangerous person and took away my Second Amendment. And if I had my Second Amendment, I'd still be living off grid, dealing with trolls and haters and false statements made about me on the internet. It's like, go ahead, say whatever you want about me punching people from behind or whatever, bro. I have a Second Amendment, but no, because I didn't have a Second Amendment, I can't just let you just make stuff up about me when I'm surrounded by people with guns. You know, you people did to me to drive me into homelessness when I had my own land.
Where people have dinners as families, they're otherwise normal, they're just poor. They don't masturbate in front of children, that just doesn't happen, we all know that. You don't see people taking up public park restrooms to shoot up there. It's not Portland's job to house everyone, and even welcome those who have made themselves nuisances to everybody here. We've heard directly from many impacted negatively by the status quo, like myself and many disabled people here today. Yet we've not actually heard from one homeless person here, despite their prevalence in the city. Only the well-compensated, well-organized activist proxies, and I'm here to say that what we all want. No one likes the activists, and they've menaced our city for far too long. Please stop listening to them, and as one further point, I'll say this. We've heard from many white activists here attempt to co-opt narratives of brown people to support the theft of public property. And
I should call into city council.
Speak on behalf of all brown people. I can't speak on behalf of myself.
I should call in.
I would like the city council to be much stricter than they are currently on the homeless camps, and I encourage them to go even stricter.
And this guy is not the normal race of Portlanders. And notice they're getting rid of him right away. Notice this. They're not talking to him. Notice this. Notice this. Notice this.
Portland's jobs to house everyone, and even welcome those who have made themselves nuisances to everybody here. We've heard directly from many impacted negatively by the status quo, like myself and many disabled people here today. Yet we've not actually heard from one homeless person here, despite their prevalence in the city. Only the well-compensated, well-organized activist proxies, and I'm here to say that what we all want. No one likes the activists, and they've menaced our city for far too long. Please stop listening to them, and as one further point, I'll say this. We've heard from many white activists here attempt to co-opt narratives of brown people to support the theft of public property, and I can't, unlike those activists, I cannot speak on behalf of all brown people, that I can't speak on behalf of myself, that I would like the city council to be much stricter than they are currently on the homeless camps, and I encourage them to go even stricter. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Charles.
Claude Bosworth, Vicky Payne,
Hi, Vicky.
Hi, my name is Vicky Payne, and I am an employee of Multnomah County, but the views I'm expressing today are my own. I'm here today in support of this ordinance. I've been urging City Council for almost 3 years now to implement some sort of enforcement rules that encourage people to move into sanctioned campsites, shelters, or villages, and away from illegal street camping for the benefit of both the housed and the unhoused. It's not safe for anyone to be outside, unknown, in an illegal camping situation, and we need to ensure the safety of our most vulnerable.
Contrary to what's been said today, it's the more punitive, restrictive, and inflexible plan. As an attorney, I intended to come today and point out specific legal concerns with the plan. But about an hour before the meeting, I was notified that the Exhibit A amendments that Commissioner Gonzalez submitted had once again been changed. The latest iteration appears to address some of the most obvious illegalities, but I believe there are still significant vagueness and overbreadth issues, and I have significant concerns about consolidating so much power within the mayor's office, particularly in light of the change of form of government. You talked a lot in this meeting about the supposed lack of criminal penalties, and yet the commissioner's plan still puts a large fine of $1,000 on people who are too poor to pay for housing. I won't be speaking to any important legal considerations I think council should consider today because I didn't have time to fully analyze the proposal, and I don't want to present you with half-baked concerns. It's unacceptable to give members of the public less than a couple of hours at most to read and figure out how to respond to these really important city proposals, even if the public knows that.
Understand my position. I'm advocating for myself. I don't have to choose do this or do that. I can disagree with the whole thing that they ignored me and my warnings and my need for housing, and that can be my statement on this. As far as the police state, you've never seen me officially support anybody homeless being put in jail. That doesn't mean that I support this, that, and the other. But the jail system, forget it.
Have been made, or try to respond on the fly after listening to council discussion.
And indeed, this is a serious issue of major concern for Portlanders and something that should be made on an informed basis, not an ad hoc basis. Punishing homelessness, it serves no constructive purpose. It keeps people unhoused for longer. It's also very expensive.
That folks may not fully understand the specifics of what's before us today. So I would suggest to my colleagues that we hold the record open.
I've proposed with clear manner restrictions, some clear statements of policy values, and ensure that it's both legal and that it is enforceable. The council can always change course if other circumstances change. If the Supreme Court does something and the council feels there's something substantial that we need
Right.
to
So this is
change,
Supreme Court ruling going on, but basically, essentially, this is what it is. We're entering quickly into a dystopian reality that is faster, coming at us faster and stronger than what a lot of people are willing to face and look at. Okay, and they're not really prepared to deal with the challenges of tomorrow. So we're basically sleepwalking into a dystopian situation,
there are still
basically.
other restrictions on the books.
A dystopian situation in which we are going to see more people call for an authoritarian crackdown in response to the filth. And what's needed is balance, not more jails and institutions. But this is, unfortunately, this hamster wheel path that humanity is on. So, I have a long video where I am discussing my views on the homelessness issue in Portland, but also the world, America. But I feel that I need to do a video where I don't talk about the news or go too far in my big picture ideas and just focus on my real lived experience in Portland, Oregon while I was homeless. As an introduction, I would describe myself as having experienced what could be put into the box of chronic homelessness from 2010 to present day. Because I haven't had official something in my name that I have the rights to, but I did live off grid without a toilet, but by the system's standards, that was still in the box of homelessness, but not quite to all the people in my audience, right? A lot of people respected me going off grid and lost respect for me when I felt that I had to leave off grid for urban areas. Some people actually lost respect for me for no longer keeping myself in danger and living without a toilet. But they actually didn't respect me when I did live without a toilet too and looked like a monkey man and didn't shower and didn't shave. So understand, folks, my life story is honest and true. With a lot of people and a lot of you just can't win. I just can't win with you. Whether I'm homeless, rich, poor, with a girlfriend, not a girlfriend, for reasons you're not being forthright about society. I'm talking to you, society. You have not been kind to me. So I already said what I said with regards to Portland and their discussing of the homelessness problem. Now, I could discuss further what I would say cliff notes, just so you understand. So for new viewers, the homelessness problem internationally, but domestically here in America is big, and that's why you have homeless in Portland due to discrimination against the homeless and others that people are not forthright about, even including white leftist Antifa folks. They're very discriminatory. They're very white supremacist in my dealings with them, in my personal dealings with them, and Jews. And the Jews that I know that are somewhat nice to me, I've also had very negative dealings with Antifa. So and Eli Ritchie, who's half black, half white, has been assaulted by Antifa 5 to 10 times, I'm sorry to say, even though he is a tall black man, black white, who I believe has fighting abilities, from what I've seen online, even if he's been jumped. I'd love to spar with Eli Ritchie if I was to travel to Portland and we would just be friends and do a chat. So I will meet you, Eli, if I go back and do an all-day talk. Let me just say this at the beginning. I have a desire to come to Portland for 3 days and do an all-day talk or an all-weekend talk, but I do have the stamina, unless I experience a mental health crisis the second I get off the plane. Anything's possible, folks, and I forget my notes. But I'm feeling energized and in my prana now, and I feel like I have the energy to go into Portland without desire for drugs or sex, other than MDMA. I really should skip the Molly and booze, and just go into Portland and talk about China, do a talk on solar flares, Solar Wars 2025, do a talk on homelessness solutions, do a talk on protecting yourself from spiritual warfare, so that's 4 hours. Do a talk on off-grid living, that's hour 5. Do a talk on Alex Jones and the far right and what they've done to Portland, that's hour 6. And the connection with Clyde Lewis, which no Portlander will talk about because they don't have the IQ, hour 7. Hour 7, the history of Afghanistan, what people don't know about the positive side of Afghan history, because they obviously don't if they won't say Afghan lives matter and they'll only say Black lives matter, hour 7. We have one more hour to fill, guys. What's it going to be? Huh? The Archons. Alex answering the Archons. So we've got Afghan history, we've got the Archons, we've got solar flares, we've got a teach-in about my off-grid experience in Costilla. We have so much intelligence, folks, in a one-day expose of Alex Ansary. He won't need cocaine. He won't need, for lack of a better word, pussy. He won't need this, that, and the other. And I want to thank those of you that left comments. I have a volunteer who's going through the comments once in a while, and it looks like we had 4 comments come in the last week that I was able to count that were authorized or of the light. So we have 4 comments, Gabriel and a few others. We don't have any comments that do appear female, even though if you would like to. So, I mean, this lack of feminine appreciation for my life story and the body of work is a horror film. It is Evil Dead. You are the folks listening to that devil man on Evil Dead, you know, throwing out the curses, if you will, from that movie. If you're listening to the bad men of the world sharing their content and not letting them know about the gold mine of info here. So, this whole being opinionated and attitude that you may have that may be negative, that you covet against me, being opinionated and confident, even if you falsely say that I'm playing victim, when you know that I'm being confident and in my power. You can't say I'm being a victim and a narcissist in the same breath and be taken seriously. Which is it, buddy? Which is it? Oh, victim on Sunday, but narcissist on Saturday. Which is it? Overconfident or not confident enough? Thinks he knows too much or doesn't have enough confidence? Which is it, buddy? So the reality is, a lot of things I've said in Portland, Oregon, and the people on the right have rubbed them the wrong way. So there's a reason why they didn't protect me and defend me when I dealt with that interference in New Mexico, and even stacked their bodies against me when I was defending white off-gridders wanting to live off-grid. And then we rewind the tape to Portland, Oregon, and then we see the steps that led to me losing my job at Ruth Chris Steakhouse when John the pedo fired me for back-talking and saying you shouldn't force Pellegrino bottled water to be sold to the Portland clientele. They're already paying $50 for steak. That's not that good, buddy. What if I had $50 for steak? I'd get steak for me and all my friends at NoHo's Hawaiian Restaurant on Clinton Street, if they're still there. Second cup of coffee. So, I'm giving you some background. I had a job for 5 years. I lost that job after Obama came in, and I was right about Obama raping our economy. And instead of like Portlanders going, bro, you're right about calling that economy shit. What happened is, yeah, you need some background. I delivered basically a self-fulfilling prophecy of economic collapse on the air in Portland, but it was my economic collapse, not theirs. Not Portlanders, but mine. I am still unfamiliar with people that I used to know in Portland becoming homeless. Even though there's many homeless in Portland, they're not people that I knew, in case I never just said that. Because I'm getting smarter with the eclipse and whatnot. Not being possessed, but becoming smarter with that spark of light, getting brighter in my brain, pushing out interference consciousness and dots. Which we all got it, folks. Just own it. I have never known other homeless other than Mr. Keefe. And Mr. Keefe was attacked by people with homes that are white supremacists under the Antifa flag. And I just find that to be like not an accident at this point. So when he pisses me off sometimes, which is not all the time, I try to have patience and realize, he's in Portland. He's got issues and he's in Portland. Have some patience. Not everybody in Portland's going to have, you know, they're not going to be in their best mood, even if they have housing, because they're breathing Portland air. And really, any of us living on Earth right now in 2024 is dealing with the effects of the devil comment. You know what I'm getting at. The eclipse, the solar flares, whatever's going on with the moon, whatever that is. But I don't think the moon's a block of cheese. Thank you, David Icke, but no thank you. So if you really want a PhD in Archon interference, listen to me. And save your soul from the likes of Portland, Oregon. Because, yeah, they are exporting mental illness and they're importing it. But I'm trying to help the situation. I'm not exporting mental illness from Oregon, folks. You know that's the truth. I'm just a quirky, eccentric, different type of a dude from Portland. But I'm not a typical leftist snowflake just because I'm outside the right-wing echo chamber. And some of you are now a little bit more intelligent than you were in 2018 or 2019, although you won't verbalize it. But I don't sense the exact same level of mind control, but it's still there. It's still there. It's just a slightly different flavor. It's vanilla mind control as opposed to chocolate. It's Neapolitan. It's Rocky Road. Corn's still in it. We still need to get rid of the corn syrup and go to the sativa. Stevia. But sativa is good. Boy, I wish I had me some sativa right now. So, let's get into this. So I lost my job. I went on unemployment. I gave online radio everything. And conspiracy theorists that became right-wing Nazis, and just conspiracy theorists, maybe not Nazis, but apathetic conspiracy theorists no longer cared about Alex Ansary. Then you had leftists that used to care about anti-war movement, that used to care about Alex Ansary, that stopped caring about Alex Ansary as the conspiracy theorist. It was a synchronized left-right, fuck this Ansary guy that seemed to happen within human society at the same time, regardless of ethnicity, region, or politics. Am I speaking too fast? Does this make sense? Good. So by the time 2011 came around, Occupy started, and even though there was supposedly a community of activists and whatnot, nobody remembered my name. I don't know if you've ever heard of, what is that guy's name? We're gonna bring up his video now because it is appropriate. And the name of the song is No One Will Remember Your Name. And this is something that I saw during the lockdowns. It did bring me some sadness because I thought, there's some truth in that. But Onision. And I thought, they will remember my name. Not only will they remember my name, they will remember my name in 100 years. They will remember your name, Onision. They will remember your name, and they will masturbate to your image, little girls around the world, while you were alive, due to your ridiculous YouTube channel. But in the years ahead, they won't remember your name in a positive sense. They will remember my name, Alex Ansary, right? So let's listen to this in defiance.
So you think you're the center of the world. People will love you no matter what you do. Well, I have a secret for you. It's gonna hurt, but it's true.
No one will remember your, no one will remember your, no one will remember your name.
You haven't done anything with your life. There's 7 billion people on this planet. And who are you? Who are you? You're
8.
No one, goddammit.
No one will
Are you sure?
remember your, no
Maybe
one
you're
will
the one who's
remember
nothing.
your, no one will remember your name.
I am 1 out of 8 billion.
You
Who
have a
are
pretty
you,
little face.
demon
You think
boy?
that means the throne is your place, but let's be honest, you're a little disgrace. You're a walking F, but you think you're an ace.
No one will remember your, no one will remember your, no one will remember your.
Yet there is truth in what he's saying to the zombies. There's truth in what he's saying to the zombies.
Special little queen with 1,000 billboards, but strange, I don't see them anywhere.
No one will remember your, no one will remember your, no one will remember your name.
And even if you get big, who are you now? A tiny whiny insect on a fat cow. Our little earth is hurling through space, but tell me again about your pretty little face.
No one will remember your, no one will remember your, no one will remember your name.
Everyone should stop and look at you. Why, who cares? Because you told us to. You said, look at me, I'm me, you see. Well, guess what, honey, that's not good enough for me.
No one will remember your, no one will remember your, no one will remember your name.
You don't have to be special. You don't have to be a diamond ring. You don't have to be the next prodigy. You don't have to mean anything. No one will remember your name. You're gonna die forgotten. Even if some do remember, they'll be forgotten as well. You can hope for heaven all you want. Most of us are still going to hell, and that's okay. 'Cause it doesn't matter anyway.
Well, that is a unique take.
Deadlines meet the blank page.
That is a unique take.
Hi,
but when you
yes.
are dealing with
With
people that
Grammarly by
join
your side
the
at
armed
every step of the
forces,
writing process,
do not
you
be
can feel
surprised
confident
when
sending a
you
top-notch
speak of
paper.
the light, they
Welcome to
call
Ideation
you
Station.
crazy.
I'm feeling stuck on this topic for my
Crazy.
biology paper, and I don't even know where to
Crazy
start.
for you, baby. I'm sorry if I can't meet the commercials fast enough. I'm a one-man show. I'm a one-man army. I'm a one-man documentary. I will write the holy book for the people of the post-2025 reality. Alex Ansary will be remembered not only by humans, but even non-human forms of life on the earth and beyond. The A-Man is a prophet. Your words will reach the stars, said the A-Man, said the man who delivered the knockout punch before a gang of rioting blood members in 1994. Boom, boom, boom. The man with that power knows that I have the power to reach beyond the stars. That is a blessing that I will accept and believe in. And I believe in you, Jedi. I believe that we, the power, if God will will it, that we, through the power of our mind, in the same way that I could be a nuisance to that man and cause him to feel uneasy, that I also have the power to heal that man of his ailment, and so do you. That we right now can pray to the Creator, God Almighty in the sky, please reach down from the heavens and heal the one man humanoid on the planet that gave the human known as Alex Ansary a chance and time and guidance and advice in a world in which his mom, his dad, and his family did not. For that and for that alone, according to Alex Ansary, the A-man deserves to not only be healed, but for his negative karma to be reversed or erased for what he did for Alex, even if he did move on with his life in the 2000s. He still did more than his own audience for Alex, and his audience were his fans. It was the A-man that bothered to teach Alex to punch and hit the bag. His audience never even once tried to meet him at the gym. Not once. You effers had 20 effing years to pump iron with me. 20 effing years. And you thought I was a weirdo when I put up images of myself punching the bag, or, you thought it was narcissism when you yourself rolled around in the mat at the Gracie gym. I'm so sick of this complete lack of embarrassment to the hypocrisy on steroids, whether it be the Portland leftist Antifa folks or modern Nazis who don't understand the role that Nazi Germany played in harming the image of white people. It's just so shocking how my deep, deep level of intelligence is not appreciated. So I left Texas for Colorado in 2012. And I lived off the grid and had a shamanic experience, although it was tough. And then I went back to Oregon, Portland, Oregon, to live in my vehicle. And that's what we're going to talk about. So I can't talk about being homeless for 10 years and living in this and living off grid and living here. I'm just going to talk about me leaving Portland in 2011 before it got bad. Okay, I was in Texas for a conspiracy person who wanted to create his own multi-level marketing network. Okay? He was racist. He wasn't smart. He was an idiot. He hated me for being spiritual. So even though he had money coming out of his wazoo, which a lot of you do too, he didn't believe that it should be applied to actually waking people up. He was a greedy SOB, just like some of you, but not all of you. But there's a few of you in the audience that absolutely got cash that you literally can burn right now, and it won't even cause you to flinch. That's the level of callousness that some of you are holding on to while simultaneously believing that I value. But you won't send a donation. You won't join the members area. But you have wealth that's literally above average. But yet you won't kick down energetically because you don't believe I'm a full human. Because if you did, you would show it. Because this world is based on money, whether you like it or not. And if you're anti-money, then you should join me in doing the whole off-grid. Let's live without money and run around naked and shit and just grow food and have an orgy without any rules. Let's do it. I'm kidding on the orgy. I'm kidding, unless we're all spiritual. But I'm not gay, folks. I don't say the orgy word for a bunch of gay dudes to show up with their wang out. That's very Portland of you. But nice try, Archie. Anyways, have some of you men noticed that your wings are harder than normal lately? That's the solar energy coming and going, make more babies! You are commanded to make many, many babies! Wait, or is that just me? Anyhow, I know an advanced level of understanding regarding human sexuality, getting off, achieving O, and how a lot of women are really bad on an intellectual level on knowing how to achieve O. Everything about what you think is intelligent about your world is doggy do. You have some of the dumbest human beings running around on earth doing absolutely the opposite of what they should be doing to get O, to have good kids, to have wealth, to be in prosperity. Everything that you say that you, quote, want, you're actually doing things that are 180 in reverse to get what you want, whether it's get off, get safe, get healthy, get a good gun, get a good man, get a good woman, get good biceps without destroying yourself with steroids. Everything that you, the people, say that you want, even if you're wealthy and you're in positions of power, in my understanding, you're not showing that you have a master's degree of anything. The second I hear that you have a master's degree from Portland State University is the second I look at you as a dumb fuck in reality, who's just in it for the money. So just, Alex, get on point. I come back to Portland after I'm insulted by a white guy's girlfriend, and I think that they're friends of mine, And they later became Trumpers, by the way, and were screaming on Facebook, Trump is your president. Like, there is a unnaturally high amount of Obama and Trump worshipers that have been my fans, that went from Obama or me to Obama, or from hating Bush and liking me to hating me and liking Obama. Like, we've seen a lot of these mind control switches, personality switches, with people that have interacted with me. Okay. Like, I really feel like I have to give you the cliff notes of 14 years of chronic homelessness. But again, we have to zone in on my 1 year. Okay, folks, so by April 2014, it was SOAR Maximum, and I knew that I wanted to be back in Portland during SOAR Maximum to feel the positive energy and maybe have a nice lay, and maybe feel that cosmic energy, and maybe do Molly, and none of those things that I desired in Portland manifested. I had sex right away with a certain person who let me live in her house. Wasn't memorable, probably wasn't great, but the fact that we're still talking, and the fact that she still watches my content and still talks to, Angel, is right on and shows me that she is somewhat soul-filled, and she recognizes that I was right about the SOAR flare. So by that alone, she tells me she's not just a nymphomaniac sex freak, and she likes Jesse Spongberg, who I don't approve of. Went to go to a show, didn't you, honey? But if you're smart enough to realize that I'm not a typical male piece of garbage like a lot of Portlanders are, and if I was male-ish in the way that I was, I have these other attributes to me too, right, that are supernaturally smart and awesome and are worth sharing, even if the other aspects of me, the homeless me, were a little bit douchey or lame, right? It's not fun to be homeless, and your confidence levels, which women desire and almost demand, aren't there. You're not a confident, happy man when you don't have a toilet and you haven't showered. And I didn't appreciate Amanda having me leave the house during the day because I was super psychically Piscean. A psychic Pisces shouldn't be out, in public in Portland during SOAR Maximum with demons running around. That is going to be perceived as demonic to make someone walk the streets. Even if you disagree with that and you're like, no, bro, it's totally normal. Not to someone like me. So I do feel that Angel should be, being that she works in the housing industry complex, if she's not a demon and she does have a soul, everything that I said about my lived experience in Portland and what Portland didn't do for me should be cross-examined. Not only just to bring healing to me so that I can help Portland, but so that you understand the true nature of Portland callousness. That the real welfare state that has been distributed to a lot of people are people that went to college to get into the social service complex. Now they're making money basically off of taxpayer dollars. In my understanding, forgive me for having an opinion, that's not real work. That's not building homes. That's not building independence. That's not off-grid. That's on the grid, and that's dependent on Federal Reserve notes. I must remind you that if you're against the system, then you can't be for the Federal Reserve. So if you're for all the homeless being housed, then you're for the Federal Reserve taking people's taxes. If you are generally rage against the system, Angel and others, I think you need to know what the system is first. I think you need to go back to Pink Floyd's Welcome to the Machine and maybe watch me talk about it, drones, Warcraft, and then look at how the machine is channeling through Trump and Biden. And tell me that you were there for me when I was calling both of them out in the same sentence. You weren't. Subject F isn't. And so the women that I lusted for or liked, even as sisters or daughters, they're not the same women anymore. They're gone. They're gone, including my mom. My mom's not home. I thought this about my mom years ago, that they took my mom away and replaced her. I know that sounds far-fetched. I mean, I definitely think it's the same mom, but that kindness in her that saw something in me as a little boy, now that part is gone. And she will, just like my dad, Daniel Mackler is right, will not tolerate me discussing my childhood from my honest perspective. So they're not trying to heal with me the damage done at all on the phone. But they will gaslight and make it about me having a problem, needing therapy, without realizing the trauma that I went through, or thinking themselves, well, wait a minute. They themselves never faced homelessness. They themselves never faced them, and they both had an inheritance type of energy where they did receive things from either family, even if it's not money, or associations. The very fact that my mother would even have family to visit a few years ago shows that she's not as isolated as she claims she is on the telephone. I'm so isolated, I have no friends. I do not at all believe that I am more isolated than her. I do believe that she has former friends, whether they be named Linda or whatnot, My mom doesn't really know that I actually do not have friends. And she still does if she calls a Linda or a Gail in Seattle or any of that, or a man. These are all contacts, brother. She does have more than me, my mom. Stocks, bonds, wealth, not job security, but housing security. My mom has security. But yet in her mind, she may not know that, but she did choose to abandon her child and throw her first husband away when he showed first signs of illness, which she has the right to. But if it was an Arnold Schwarzenegger or a white man or a man or somebody else, would she have been so quick to throw him away also? You know. So the Portland male-female psychology, in my understanding, has not been demonstrated to be competent and free of archonic interference. And yes, we are talking about a collective judgment. I have been back on the air for 6 months, and this would be the time for church people to find me, or to hear about my name, or for people to have bought my book, unless they're anti-Christian and resent me talking about Christ. And that is going to be very likely that I'm going to develop fans from Portland that are going to covet resentments towards me for having these different outside-the-box perspectives. They'll like that one spoke on the 8-spoke wheel, that they know I'm the only man on earth. But when they hear the other spokes, they go, wow, that's offensive. And like most all Portlanders that came before them, they will throw me away due to that alienation archonic interference, which is drawing in these alien hybrids to Portland, Oregon, and will assist them behind the scenes in getting free housing, whereas the archonic interference will push my ass out. A little bit of an introduction. April 2014, I arrive in Portland, Oregon on Greyhound. I experienced harassment on Greyhound from staff and people there in my trip back to Portland, and I'm attacked by demons every step of the way. Alex Olinsky, who later killed himself allegedly, of 8-digit PDX, picks me up, and I see how horrible Portland is falling into disarray. Nobody welcomes me back to Portland, Oregon, but I'm immediately trolled by a guy who I went to school with 10 years earlier, who blames me for the Portland crisis personally, which sounds like a demon. How can I, as one man coming back with nothing, why should I be abused? Why should I be hated for being homeless? Why should the hate of the homeless be directed at me? So that was a very interesting learning experience, was that because of the homeless behavior then in 2013 and 2014, when I came back and I admitted that I was homeless, instead of Portlanders that watch my channel helping me, what I picked up on telepathically was that they were making assumptions, just like before, that by me being homeless in Portland, that I did something, that I was a thief in their eyes, maybe a sex freak, who knows what it was. But I do believe that if I was white and leftist or black or Latino or Native American, that there may have been, maybe not Native. Portlanders aren't really welcome to natives. They do the land back stuff a lot, but you will not find Native Americans being supported in Portland. And there are way, way, way more homeless Native Americans in Seattle because the energy is less archonic and attacking to Native American frequencies in Portland. Even though Seattle is dark, it is less satanic to people of the natural earth bloodlines, including Native American, than Oregon. Oregon is super uber racist, and the left-wingers will not take accountability for their own version of Nazism. Left-wingers, Portlanders, white Portland women, people that do the tie-dye shirt, people that Black Lives Matter, they are another version of Nazism. I don't care what you have to say. I don't care if you unsubscribe. You are not accountable for the wicked satanic energy of Portland or the women that you have sex with or talk to at the coffee shop. If you have beef with a level of gnosis that is exploding out of me like a solar flare, you need to not fight the light. You need to open up your heart to the light, and then you need to go out and minister to the people in Portland, Oregon once you wake up to the real truth. Do you speak English? Can you hear me now? Because I won't back down. Okay.
Keep my feet on the ground! Call my name! Bastian! Please! Save us! Alright! I'll do it! I'll save you! I will do what I dream!
There is a song that you need to understand There is a gnosis that you need to come to an understanding of, okay? To the dark realms, you need to understand something. We're going to take a 1-minute break. To the dark realms, to the alien agenda, you need to understand something. Okay, and I'm not going to keep repeating myself. I'm going to explain this to you in 1,000 different ways until you figure out the following statement very, very well. Okay? You need to understand this. Unless you're me. Unless you're me.
Tell me why you wanna lay there, revel in your abandon. It don't make no difference for me, babe. Everybody's had to fight to be free. See, just have to live like a refugee. Don't have to live like a refugee. Now, baby, you don't have to live like a refugee. Don't have to live like a refugee. Baby, we're the first. I'm sure a lot of other lovers didn't burn. Right now, this ain't real to you, but it's one of those things you got to feel to be
Maybe now you understand that below the surface, for a lot of people right now in America, there is a hidden rage and there is a suffering. And some men and women out there, they have no self-control. They will either attack someone in the comment section like me, or they will attack, murder, and knife someone in the streets like you. They are dangerous in the comment sections. They are dangerous in the streets There is shit in the comment sections. There is a lack of likes, and there is shit rolling down the street, and there is no separation. There is not you versus them. There is you, the population, and there's me trying to help you in isolation from exile, and that's not fucking normal. Everything your system and your people and your tribe is doing, be you Muslim, white, black, is holding up fuck faces that ain't doing fucking shit but dance down a fucking pole. But your brother Ansary doesn't have any donations coming in or any fucking supporters from real believers in God at present this week. But your money is there. You have the resources. It shouldn't be one guy in California giving donations every week. That stresses a man out. No, you need to understand that there should be thousands of you tuning into me. That when I say that you should support what I'm doing, you should take what I'm saying seriously, drop everything that you're doing, and act like you have a friggin' soul. Because I give and 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 I give you very specific instructions how to help me for free, and you can't even do that. This is this lecture about Portland leaving me in the garbage can is the same thing as my lecture with you now. Don't act like it's you and me pointing the finger at Portland in 2014. If you can't like these posts, if you can't send an email, if you can't send this to the Portland stations, you're not above the Portlanders that let me rot in the Portland toilet of the streets. Okay? Listen, I don't know how long I can talk about this. Maybe today isn't the day. Maybe this is just the rant that I put after last night's commentary on it. What I'm going to do is talk for another half hour and just shut up and upload this so I don't go overboard. Let me just give you the essentials. Do you understand? I have legitimate mental health issues that are not normal. That there's no textbook answer how to fucking fix. Okay, my opinion, call me crazy, call me an alien from the non-reptoid regions, but from the real light regions. We need love, community, real romance, real sex of the light kind, not this porno kind. We need like mammalian, Nagel, floor covering style building like a man of homes with hammers and shit, like ooga booga, make home for wife and hut. That we need this type of like creator energy, not this type of slave welfare. Let's sit in our little smart G, 5G, hoping for the ascension. What ascension? This ascension shit is death fetish, David Wilcock, and some people put it very well other than me. We're going to get hit with a weapon one day from the aliens, and we're going to just jump out of our body. Yeah, it's called death, numbnuts. Oh, the ascension. Yeah, the ascension is going to happen when you die, numbnuts. Oh, let's look forward to where we die, where we ascend. Are you kidding me? It's a death cult. The ascension folks are in a death cult. They're waiting for the moment that they die. That's called death, folks. It's not oh my God. Talk about your whole life being wasted, waiting for the moment that you die, thinking that's ascension. I just hope I healed some of you from 64 years of mind control. I just hope I healed one of you from 64 years of mind control. I just hope I healed one of you from 64 years of mind control, because I am a closer man of God than you are yet aware of. You still don't know where you are, do you, honey? You still don't know who I am, do you, honey? That's tragic, bro. After 64 years, and 64 is a very magical number to be coming of age at 64. 64 is very powerful. 64 is an activator. Today is the day that you are now enlightened. Today is now the day in which you have the happy birthday. Today is now the day in which you can see. Today is now the day in which you are going to ascend. In a spiritual sense, not death sense. In a spiritual sense, you are going to ascend today above in the name of Jesus Christ. We're all going to pray. Okay, the people that are awakening today, the people that are hitting, and I'm going to be awakening when I'm 64. I won't have retirement, and the world's going to be like completely welcome to the jungle, people being bashed into the ground. You know it's true. You all know it's true that when I'm an old man, it's going to be pure cannibalism, death and destruction, and rape everywhere you look by the time that I'm my mother's and dad's age. So don't even for a second act like you're a victim. If you are walking around as an old person, having a cup of coffee, how are you today? Lovely flowers. Love them flowers. Some of you are literally not going to be on the earth, and you're going to be in the heavenly realms, while people like me are literally going to be in the pit of the earth realms before we depart. So don't act like you're a victim when you know for a fact that God blessed you and protected you the whole time you walked this earth. You never dealt with kidnapping. You never dealt with being put into a box for 10 days. You never did time in jail, and your dad just kept giving money to you even after he was dead. That's not a normal incarnation. That's like this descendant of the world God shit. You know what I mean? And then the welfare system takes care of you after your dad and your mom take care. That's above and beyond, you know what I mean, human. So if you are a descendant of the gods, just tell me that. Tell me you are a descendant of the gods, and you're a princess, and you are a descendant of these, and that means that I also am connected to this. So what I'm saying is, some of you don't realize that you have been gifted by even knowing me, having me as a son, having me as, well, I'm not more than a son. I'm definitely not a boyfriend, I'm not a husband, I'm not a dad in this life. But I am a man of abnormally high intelligence, and there's not a doubt, and you shouldn't doubt it either, that that intelligence that's above average was what lets me becoming homeless. You have to have this enlightenment gnosis moment. You have to have the Om. You have to come to the gong bell. You know, I need more cowboy bell, says Chris Walken. Chris Walken says he needs more cowbell, and so does Ansary, okay? You need to have this Jesus moment where you have a deep, profound understanding and recognition that I spoke at the Mark Passio Free Your Mind conference in 2013. And in 2014, when I came back, Jenna, the old woman of 80 years old, the redhead, who had me physically sleep in her bed, if she was not a sex vampire or something from the old Sex Portland days, then she should have been working night and day to ask her activist friends if there was a place where I could, relieve myself and defecate. Okay. We're going now to an SNL clip.
All right, guys, I think we're ready to lay this first track down. By the way, my name is Bruce Dickinson. Yes, the Bruce Dickinson. And I gotta tell you, fellas, you have got what appears to be a dynamite sound.
Coming from you, Bruce, that means a lot.
Yeah, I mean, you're Bruce Dickinson.
This is incredible.
I can't believe Bruce Dickinson digs our sound.
Easy, guys. I put my pants on, just like the rest of you, one leg at a time. Except, once my pants are on, I make gold records. All right, here we go. Don't fear the Reaper. Take one, roll.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4.
That's Will Ferrell on the
Bruce, could you come in here for a second, please?
That was going to be a great track. Guys, what's the deal?
Are you sure that was sounding okay?
I'll be honest, fellas, it was sounding great, but I could have used a little more cowbell. So, let's take it again. And Gene.
Yeah.
Really explore the studio space this time.
You got it, Bruce.
I mean, really.
Yeah.
Explore the space. Okay. I like what I'm hearing. Roll it.
1, 2, 3, 4. I'm sorry, could you come back in there, please?
Fellas, no, we just wasted 2 good tracks. This last one was even better than the first.
Well, it's just that I find Gene's cowbell playing distracting. I don't know. If I'm the only one, I'll shut up.
No, it's pretty rough.
You know, I can pull it back a little if you like.
Not too much, though. I'm telling you, fellas, you're gonna want that cowbell on the track.
You know what? It's fine. Let's just do the thing.
Okay, roll it.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It doesn't work for me. I gotta have more cowbell.
Don't blow this for us, Gene! Quit being so selfish, Gene.
Can I just say one thing? Say it, baby, just say it.
Hey, James.
Staring at Rock
So,
Woods
how long
and
you
Bruce
live in Portland?
The cock and a walk, baby.
And
if Bruce
19 years.
Dickinson wants more cowbell,
So,
we should
you are
probably
about
give him
to
more
tell
cowbell.
us what you're about to do.
I'm about to move into this as a way of not paying rent and being free of that ongoing drain.
How long have you been planning this?
Oh, a couple of months.
Really? Okay, can we see inside?
Oh, it's kind of a mess.
Okay. Well, there's more and more people that are going this route as they're seeing people lead by example. What are your overall plans to make this comfortable and livable?
Well, this week I'm putting in an electrical system, which is wiring up the battery that I've got in the back here to...
This individual helped me for many years, and I'm very grateful to that. And due to my very opinionated, fiery nature, there was a time in which he's like, you know, Alex, go after yourself. I'm never helping you again. And then he returned 10 years ago to go, I will help you again. And then he went away again. So even if someone is on the skids in Portland, I will still offend them by the degree that I will charge Portland with unconsciousness. And it can be something extreme as their criticism of the permanent housing program because I'm an off-gridder by heart and I don't trust smart meters and 5G. So somebody could hear me criticizing the way that things are in Portland and maybe think that I'm against them without knowing, you know, really how I suffered. And from what I understand, this individual, which is good, I'm really happy for him, but this individual has been helped with real-world help as far as places to defecate and places to park. Okay. On the other hand, no one helped me. And so it's not me being psychopathic or negative, anti-word, or any of that. Just get that out of your asshole. Seriously. When I know for a fact that Antifa and other people will help other white people defecate or have a place to have an association and not completely be thrown to the wolves, I know for a fact that not only did you bomb my people overseas, but when I became homeless, you didn't even allow me or direct me to a place to defecate. And that right there is evil. And you will not stop me from speaking. And if you even suggest to say words to knock me down from this type of output, I will identify it immediately.
To the 12-volt system on the car. And
You need to, especially if you're white and suffering in Portland, encourage me to expose everything that I do know about this place without appeasing any of your potential narcissism that may have come about when you migrated to Portland and began to breathe its air. I am your greatest teacher that you've ever met or even thought of. The levels of knowledge that I have is even greater than what you are aware right now. Just because I can't make you a filet mignon or dance for you like a stripper or rouse your penis, nor would I want to. I do have other manly attributes that as a man, you should, as a man, if you have testosterone, appreciate.
20-volt power off of that.
Especially if you have overcome racism and you're not a closet racist. You should absolutely love knowing an Alex Ansary and want to help me come into Portland, get a venue, and you should be able to do the legwork to know that venues are free in Portland at the friggin' library, genius. It's called the library system. So once we have the venue set up, then we do the promotions and we get a minimum 30 asses in the seat for free. And we tell them about the 8-hour teaching. And then we film it with quality HD cameras that I personally don't have to film. Folks, you people in Portland with your iPhones and your cameras and your porno studios and everything, you have all the technology and lights that I need. All I should have to do is roll up with one backpack, one suitcase, and you have all the cameras, you have all the gear, you have all the homes, you have all the hotels. All I do is roll up with my friggin' brain and my penis. And then I speak for 3 days without sleeping or something while using nothing but cannabis. Just taking naps, basically. And so why Jim won't talk to me again leads me to think that it doesn't matter who it is I'm trying to help in Portland. If they're physically in Portland, Oregon, their likelihood of turning on me is above average. And so if you're in Portland now, hypothetically, and you're thinking positive thoughts about me, you need to think even really more complex thoughts. What was it about me that would cause the entire city to abandon me? You need to hunt down this truth, just like you're hunting down a burger at Killer Burger on Sandy. Just like you're hunting down a cup of coffee in Portland or your next girlfriend. You need to hunt down the truth from the streets of Portland, Oregon, and do an actual investigation on YouTube. Why did you forget about Alex Ansary? Go to every convenience store, and if you're on a journey with a live hidden camera and nobody ever heard of Alex Ansary, you should document that too for the world. Because I don't think the world would be very pleased with Portlanders or Portland if they're going to run around and no one's going to say. And it might be possible that I will come into Portland unannounced and not talk to a single one of you or tell you I'm coming to Portland. And I will come into Portland without telling you I'm in Portland, without partying with you, because you did not help me when you were asked to during these recordings. I am a commander. I am a battalion commander of the highest realms. So I cannot be passive anymore to taller white men. I am a commander. I am alpha. I know this is out of balance in nature for you. I get it, bro. I'm a shorter, balding, brown man. It is against nature for me to lead the pack. I get it. It's a joke, but it will not be a joke, and you will not be laughing before these events of World War III begin to manifest. And you will think about me in my true sense in the years ahead if you have reservations at present. Whether we're talking about the man right now that I'm looking to in the eyes who will not return my emails, or whether we're talking about somebody else who's not being forthright about the reservations about me and my criticisms of Portland. I am in my power for criticizing Portland, Oregon. There is no way that anybody of God would ever let me. That's not a very tough man, gangsterous type of a thing. To not even ask your buddies if you know where I can go in Portland, Oregon. That's not very tough psychologically. I mean, sometimes I see myself coming back to Portland like a ninja assassin and just assassinating your demons with my megaphone. Showing up outside your house, in fact. Showing up straight up outside your fucking house, bro. Screaming at your ass. You think you're afraid of gangsters and the devil? Bro, I don't think you know what fear is till you hear my voice roll up on your ass unannounced at 3 a.m. I'm not talking to the guy in the video. I'm not talking to the guy in the video. I'm talking to prominent Portlanders in political authority. And people that I suspect have burned me.
Like a wire system where by running it charges them, or putting solar panels on the top?
I'm going to start with just running it off.
You heard it roll. Listen, bro, if gangsters, if Black Lives Matter can show up in New York City outside the Portland, if BLM angry people in New York City in Times Square can show up outside of the police commander's apartment, and tell him off. It's a good thing they didn't hurt him or anything, destroy his building, but that was kind of scary when I read about that. I'm like, oh my God, that's some Archon shit. Well, if they can do it, I can do it. But I'm not going for any police commanders. No, more like political misleaders.
Cool.
I'm going to leave Wheeler alone and Terry Bean alone. But the people of Portland, Oregon, you'll hear me screaming at 3 a.m., just regular residents. You'll be like, honey, was that Alex Ansary? Honey, come here. Honey, check out this Ring camera. Did you recognize that voice? Oh, yeah, you're going to hear me again, Portland. Oh, it's him. Oh, my God, it's a ghost. Yeah, I'll dress like a ghost. Do you want me to do the Beetlejuice thing? Do you want me to come in straight up looking like Dracula or something? You want to treat me like a friggin' vampire?
I don't know. You tell me.
Love. I love you. And I can give you eternal life.
Shit, I knew it, an insurance salesman. I've already got Prudential.
I am Count Vladimir Dracula. I do not sell life insurance.
All right, but don't get so hostile. I mean, you walk over here and you start to tell me you love me. I mean, how could you possibly love me? You don't even know me. Maybe the only thing you know about me is maybe you know that I don't want to get married or something like that.
I know many things about you. Secret things.
Oh, really? Like what?
Like you enjoy having your ankles licked.
Listen, maybe we could go back to my place. Or your place. Whichever. Can't believe I said that.
Fine. Now, this is Open Signal, now called Open Signal. What kind of a stupid name is that for a for an Access TV Center, Open Signal. You're not Open Signal. And there's nothing masculine about somebody asking me, please, bro, at the beginning of your video, say, none of this is endorsed by Open Signal. Seriously, dude, get that shit. No, get that out of here, man.
For a while, or do you find
Nothing in
yourself
this video is endorsed by Open Signal.
A few weeks ago, actually, at a car dealer. But yeah, this is.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm a comedian. You got to roll with it. You think Anodized Clay is funny? You need to take the best of my funnies and we're going to make a Alex Ansary best of comedy $50 a disc. And you're not going to make money off of me when I'm dead, folks. We're going to do it live, as Bill O'Reilly said. We're going to do it live. Do you know what Bill O'Reilly said? Oh, dear. Why do I have to document these things?
That's tomorrow, and that is it for us today. And we will leave you with I can't do it. We'll do it live. Okay. We'll do it live. Fuck it.
Okay.
Do it live.
Good.
I'll write it, and we'll do it live.
We will.
Okay.
Yeah, so I added this new door to the back. It used to have a roll-up door. It wasn't really appropriate for
It's wider than a lot of trailers, but you don't have to get an additional license. All you have to have is just the whole vehicle registered.
License, right. And then in here,
If Jim can tell me that he was isolated at the same degree as me, then he's authorized to be critical of me and to think look down upon me. But not if he has allies in Portland giving him a place to poop.
And I've actually seen.
But he doesn't need a place to poop when he's in there because all you need is one of those buckets, and then you dispose of the bucket. So he's in a better situation.
Structure, I would, but something for the winter. A rocket stove. If there's ventilation, that can be one option. And then there's the Mr. Buddy. If you've seen the propane heaters.
Mr. Buddies.
Oh, I'm giving him plenty of tips.
I haven't got it yet, but.
All right, Jim, where are you? Jim, Ansary calling. I'm not being greedy, folks, when I say that when I talk about the need to get me on the Portland airwaves, right now, this is the nonsense that I'm dealing with in Portland, okay? Seriously. I get to be on the air for two shows. Wait, one show gets played twice, right? But I'm not in Portland. So what does that mean? If I was in Portland, I get to be on the air 5 times, and one of them is Channel 11, which is basically the whole metro area. Capiche? So, because I'm not in Portland, I only get on the air twice, and I don't get on the air on Channel 11, meaning not all of the Portland area gets to see Alex Ansary. They just don't. And so that means I put a lot of work at present in this year of 2024, and I'm not getting the feedback that I'm looking for from Portlanders on how to improve my reporting on the whole thing. So what I want to do for you now is just show you and display for you that my physical appearance did not become so deformed or ugly that I was incapable of housing or love. I did keep myself clean while homeless, even if I did occasionally stink because I did pump iron. Mr. Davis at times did see me pump iron, and I think he did respect me for it, even if he wasn't athletic. And I think that it's great that he's listening to this broadcast.
Because I like to address, the issues of social control.
Aaron, I do like you if you're still out there listening, and we have differences of opinion, but I find you to be a warm character, even if I'm even if I turn into an asshole. As far as Gunner, fuck him. If Gunner is listening to the show and he's respecting me and Stefan, then I'll talk to Gunner.
And, monetizing hugs, basically. That's kind of my main reasons for being out here and how absurd it all is. But you're kind of out here for a different reason, Alex. Could you
I really
explain?
look like a dirty
I'm here
bum
for that
to you?
reason. To protest the monetization
am I
of human
live?
touch, but
Are we on? Am I on live? Am I on the air? Are we live? Are we live? Are we on? Are we live? I think I look fuckable. To be honest with you, I think I look sexy. I think I look clean. I don't think I look ugly. I don't think I sound like an idiot. That guy in that video was deserving of having a place to tent. But at that time in Portland in 2014, there wasn't like this perception that if you're homeless, you have value. It was like I was creeping in on their party. And then there was this big, now we care about the homeless. The homeless are so human. No one even said anything about me. So you, the people of Portland, You are naturally corrupt, and if you came from somewhere else other than Portland and you're not corrupt, you're on your way to becoming corrupt because the odds are against you having a soul.
But also plant some seeds.
If you have some sort of beef with me, telling the truth about Portland, you're fucked up, son.
Plenty of people out here that have been
You should
left
be
by their loved
thanking me
ones,
for warning you
not just
about
here,
the
but
women
around
of Portland, Oregon. You should be thanking me. And if the women are thanking you right now of Portland, Oregon, maybe you're doing something wrong. If you're alienating the people of Portland, Oregon, the women of Portland, Oregon, maybe you're doing something right.
in the world.
If you're hard to love from the women that swam with the dolphins that later became Trump fans, you're doing something right. And you're not in the right to thinking that they're goddess fairies then, are you? No, you're a pervert, Alex. If you think Subject F is some sort of a goddess fairy, you're a freak, bro, and you have no standards.
Political leaders, presidents doing. We can't keep having these banker bailouts, not to get into politics, but we can't remove the economic, reality of what's happening. Because not everybody can live
There he
off
goes,
the service
speaking
of
big
just doing a
words.
job at a restaurant or grocery store or gas station. So as Portland becomes more gentrified and more people move here, the idea of monetizing cuddling sounds like it's a step towards something else.
This video I did was a step to getting $5,000 to get me out of Portland. Whatever I was flowing to and channeling.
It sounds like a great event.
And
The organizer
magnetizing.
came
Didn't
down, he
attract
was
my
real
mom
nice.
or any family members
What
or
I find really
Portlanders,
interesting about
but a
what
woman
you're
on the
saying is
East
that
Coast
this- I mean,
threw down for me to get out of there. That was a real woman.
Insecurities, or what is it that she's using?
I should focus more on the nature of the professional cuddling industry than Samantha Hess. She just seems to be almost like a micro spokeswoman that the media is, I don't want to say the media is using her or she's using the media. Because when I looked at her videos, it was me. I'm so spiritual, I'm so new age, I'm a healer. And, you make $10,000 a month or more doing this. The Young Turks report on $7,200 a month 6 months ago. So with all the mainstream media promoting this, as they also in some ways kind of demonize men, kind of turn us against each other, I'm wondering what their intentions are as a whole for them to even be giving this so much attention. Samantha may believe that she's helping people. Maybe in her mind, though, it really is about money. So I don't really know. But I feel like I have a purpose, and the purpose is to say some things in a coherent, non-aggressive, peaceful manner, as I'm going to try to do here in a few minutes, in hopes of reaching her.
I used to work at a place called Foster Fitness, and I used to have a friend of Asian heritage, and I did not speak to these men during that time period because I was humiliated, and I knew for a fact they looked down upon me, including the A-man. I believe this is a fact. I believe this is a fact. I believe this is a fact that I was looked down upon for this period of time, and I was never planning to ever speak to him again. The only reason I did is because of my mom. So, she gets credit, but she's also a student here too. She is a simultaneous teacher and student. She's not 100% student. She has teacher capability, and as I get older and wiser, I recognize those teacher attributes and those student attributes. We are both teachers and students, my dears. We are all animals, as the evil devil says in the movie Legend. We are all humanoid, animal, intelligent, antenna humans that are capable of good and bad in this planetary insane asylum. Let's take off those glasses.
In our world, and definitely behind government, and that's the evil that wants to keep men and women under its thumb. So I'm not a really big believer that we're in a patriarchy. Some will even say that we're in a matriarchy where women are actually making more of the decisions on what to buy. That's why advertisements are constantly going after them. I think that we're in kind of an...
They lied during COVID and said 100% of the job losses were women. My mom might be struggling, that's true, but mainstream women that are in their youth and still have their sexuality to the average horn dog, they're not suffering. Bullshit. Lies. No, older women and obese women and women without retirement, they're suffering. Plenty of women in America now are doing fucking great, actually.
Oligarchy and evil-archy. We're definitely in a tyrannical system, but to blame it on one gender, I don't think it's conscious, and I don't think it's going to lead us towards understanding how we got here. So, women that think that we're in a patriarchy, though, my suggestion to them is there's a lot of good men out there that are discarded by women. It's a side issue, but a related issue is there still are a lot of women today that like to be with the dominator, that will actually stay with the man after he hits her. And I think that is indicative of something out of whack with our biology. Just got to be honest. I don't necessarily believe it's part of our society. It's like as animals, you know, we have it in as men, some of us, to be in the hunt for a female and to seek a smaller female, and females have it in them to kind of seek a larger male. And I see how there's like some traits in our biology that's driving how women decide which men they're going to be in a relationship with. So some women might see a guy and go, oh, he acts like he's a tough guy. He wears a tap-out shirt. He acts like a jackass at the bar. He may be perceived as a better protector by being a jackass. Another reason a lot of men are doing steroids, you know, is because big muscle still does attract some women. So some men will actually harm their bodies in order to.
Now, this is also from 2014. This audio here.
I just want to document that this actually is what Willamette Week is saying. They say 27 reasons to love Portland, and one of the reasons says it's the most whitest city in America. And as I mentioned before in a previous video, I think that lacks tact. I think that has a hint of racism. And in the whitest city in America, where people sometimes don't trust people with darker skin complexions, I think that it's a little off color to say that that is one of the reasons.
There is a reason why Antifa will not allow white Antifa members to live in the streets or become homeless. And there is a reason why Antifa members and Portlanders will not network on social media, whether it be Angel Soley, who works in housing at Clackamas County as a welfare recipient herself on multiple levels, why she won't even post an anonymous message, can we help this guy whose meetups I came to? For those of you that think that I'm a little schizophrenic and batty, you need to take accountability for your own judgmental thoughts. Why would you think that I'm being schizophrenic or pushing the line a little bit with my Archon theories when people made a beeline for my energy, who later became successful, who later developed incomes that could have provided an income for me, or to make an email to others that knew me to say, can anyone help? Does anyone want to help? If people make a beeline for me and I fall in love with them and they don't care about me when I'm homeless, how am I to take anyone seriously if they call me crazy when I call out the vampires of Portland and those that moved there that have a natural biological alien vampire energy to feast upon any light being's energy without properly giving back or trying to bring them back to home or get them permanent housing, or to shame those in authority that could give them permanent housing if they wanted to? I gave the listeners of Portland, Oregon, all the coordinates to help me weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks ago. And there is nothing in my inbox at present regarding my emails that is regarding solutions long-term to me, A, helping Portland, putting on a conference, and there is no sign of humans more than one networking or more than one listening to me. If there is more than one listening to me, and if there's a conversation about me, the report back to me was negative. And someone saying to me about me that I am a part of the problem. And this type of one-on-one, every time I talk, I just immediately start getting like song ideas and I'm ready to like break out into karaoke. This type of one-on-one type of like negative exchange that people are having behind the scenes about me is a very serious situation and sign that I might actually be harmed if I was to come back to Portland. So, real quick, Daryl Hall of 2014, someone sent me an email going, why don't you just patch things up with your parents? Which I thought was disrespectful to talk to a grown man who already should be out of the house, asking him if he can talk to mommy or daddy or something. That's disrespectful. There wasn't any encouragement for me to go to Join, but I heard of Join, but did not see myself at present as having PTSD, CPTSD, other things that don't need to be referenced. I don't really believe in mental illness, but know that I'm jaded and have issues based on trauma, but don't perceive the current mental health industry or current society to be doing anything to alleviate that trauma. In fact, they're gaslighting and they create more of it. So when you want the therapy and you want to do therapy 24/7, people just say, get therapy, but they don't provide the real therapy, neither the parents that actually caused the trauma to begin with that led to the drug addiction, you see. So at least remember my words for your next lifetime if you ever have any more kids. And ask God to help you retain the knowledge that you're getting in the body before you die and you're no longer in the flesh. You want to retain the spirituality that you are getting while you're alive. You need to be grateful for this free that you don't have to pay for. Spirituality that in the past, people had to wait thousands of years to get the knowledge, or they had to risk being called a witch and being burned at the stake for dealing with psychic phenomena and metaphysical topics. I have the freedom and liberty, yay! Although not so free. You have the freedom on the surface level to be metaphysical and stuff, but if you're like real and legitimate and you accurately predict the future at shit like this type of like archon magnetic wave over the bloodlines that it controls, the predator mind. Not me, but that which I can remote view into, the predator mind, which is looking at you, honey. I can look into their mind for whatever reason, because I have the gift, baby. I have the gift. I can look into the predator mind and go, they're going to do this, this, and this to you. Don't obsess on why I have this info. Just be grateful for once in your gosh darn life. And just believe in the unbelievable. That yes, I do have gnosis and light. Yes, I am of the light. Even if I at times declare that the people that brought me into this world don't seem like they are. If they are, fine, but they have a real amazing way of hiding it. Boy, I tell you what, they sure have an amazing way of hiding their light. But maybe that's part of the survival mechanism of this world, to hide the light. To hide our light so the archons won't kill us. So Satan won't punish us. We'll hide our light and spirituality. So we'll survive this Babylon. Well, that's on you. And I did that too for a few years. But I can only do that for a few years. And then I become actually legitimately sick. What happened to the rest of you that have been silent your whole life, whether it be 40 years, 50 years, 60 years, living in silence in some apartment somewhere in some hellish, I don't know what's going on with you if that's what you wanted. Me, I have to be in the limelight. I have to attempt to reach the world. I have to attempt to give speeches in Portland. I have to attempt to, and you're invited, to email this video to Angel of Clackamas County, to Mayor Wheeler, to other places all throughout the Portland area where they are supposedly dealing with the homeless, including Street Roots. If Street Roots is going to interview Q-Man and former tough guys who are not real spiritual people, then I think that you need to hear from spiritual, at least semi-psychic, ethnic people from Portland if you're going to be talking about homelessness solutions, so that you have a good grasp on the people that fell through the cracks. So you could stop acting like you're friggin' angels. Beware of those that call themselves angels that are anything but. I tell you what, I could write a book. Now, woo! So I lived in my car. I came back to Portland, as you know, stayed with an old girlfriend. There was no sex. She bragged about liking fellatio, snapped at me for asserting myself, and I was out of her house like that. And I thought I would be like an Indian and go out and live in the car and be spiritual like a shaman. And I was open about it, so people judge me. So I'm going to try not to repeat myself. I spent a lot of time at Lowerhurst Park. I stayed out of downtown. I went to Friendly House. I told you about that yesterday. And I learned about that from Davis, who later told me that he began to also become stalked and harassed by homeless people and Antifa or other people. But I think that some of his actions are pretty bold, ballsy, brave, but a little over the top. And what I would describe as being influenced by the solar flares in Portland. Because I was there. I am a Portland baby, solar baby. I know all about the eccentric, over-the-top types of me against the system, the lone screaming man against the evil Satanist. Shit, I've played that card for so many years in Portland, burned me out. So I said, screw you, Portland. I'm tired of screaming at your ass. And so if someone could reach a sense of peace in Portland, that's pretty amazing. I can't do that. I have to be somewhere outside Portland because the level of consciousness there drives me up the wall. At the very least, if I was going to be not in the limelight, I would create a private newsletter and I would truth. Just to truth, because it's the right thing to do. I could talk about that later. So, I told you that I went to Loris Park, which was where my mom took me with Carl. Even though I'm not a big fan of everything Carl says, I liked aspects of Carl and my mom taking me to Loris Park, just not some of those experiences. But some of them were totally fine. Loris Park and me taking my little bike there as a kid was one of those highlights. And my dad taking me to Loris Park. I got video of that on my channel. I've got video of that on my channel, so let's move forward. An embarrassing thing was getting caught looking at adult content, not literally in the act, but turn on my computer, and the computer is screaming, and then subject F, taking it quite well, but like, oh God, dude, fuck, perv. Like, whoa, I'm homeless. I'm living in my teardrop camper. I open up my computer and this happened at Access TV. Like, oh my God, I shut the computer. Like, oh my God, I'm so humiliated. Sure, better than, something else happening, which happens to people. Happened to Eli Ritchie, allegedly. Happened to others where people have been caught. Happened to Pee Wee Herman. But no, I never had to deal with any of that stuff, fortunately. Or lack of control. But I do know what it's like to have sexual feelings and to be homeless in Portland and feel like you just can't be alone. And so I do know from a non-predator point, but a man who is male who knows that there's aspects imprinted into male biology that I'm not serving, that others are going to serve. So when you have a homeless guy who hasn't showered, who's alone, they may not have a woman around them, and they may feel, when they're not clean and they're affected by evil spirits, maybe even hornier than normal to maybe look at something naked. And then to not have a place to go to, is basically a nightmare. So for people that are ungrounded, that become demon-possessed, some of them could become very unstable, and then a smaller percentage could become rapists, basically. Not because of the porn, but because of those that become soulless or allow their souls to be overtaken by the evil spirits. And so a lot of homeless think they're being gang-stalked. Me being spiritual and semi-psychic, I know they're not being gang-stalked. They're being stalked and attacked and possessed by non-physical humans or beings. Non-physical humans. Well, that's a statement. What's a non-physical human? Ooh. Anyway, non-physical being. But there are people that beat up the homeless. There are truckers that homeless people have told me will pull up and try to gas the homeless with or they will perceive that the trucker is trying to kill them. The trucker may just be not attentive that there's homeless sleeping where he's idling his vehicle. And so someone could be convinced that they're being gang stalked and murdered by a trucker who is just being a trucker. So the causes and conditions are there for the average human being, male, regardless of race, but especially white man, to become very, very mentally ill and addicted to drugs to deal with the trauma. And so it's not that they're naturally evil if they become Nazis or white supremacists or they use the N-word. It's that as white people, as old white people, they know they're being replaced. As they see migrants come in with housing, as they see other people. And that's what made it very scary for me, because when I was in the streets in Portland, never did I ever come across people that looked like me or of my complexion. But there were Mexicans and some homeless Mexicans, but certainly not Arabs. Only one time did I see like a nutty Arab guy, and this dude was straight up nuts, screaming in the streets. They must have whisked his ass away. I don't know what Arabian country he was in, but he was straight up like right up in downtown Portland. I'd be like, bro, where are you from again? Like, this guy wasn't terrorist. This guy was mentally ill as fuck. And everybody was just ignoring him. And I'm looking at him like, okay, you're definitely from like the Arabian Peninsula or some shit. And you're like some monkey man going nuts in downtown Portland. Bro, I'm so psychic to what's going on with you. It's not even funny, but you scare me a little bit. Are you okay? But yeah, man. I got it going on up here. I can do an 8-hour lecture, and when I talk about breaks, you're not going to be able to come to the break room and high-five me, but you can talk to me briefly. I'm going to go in every hour for 5 minutes and just do a meditation and do the gong bell, okay, with only authorized male and female personnel around me that are not authorized to look me in the eye. During that, I'm kidding, folks, I'm kidding. I'm so not a cult leader, but I so am some sort of an aspiring supernatural being of light that's beyond human. For sure, hands down, palm to the forehead, awaken. I'm not a typical human, right? I'm taking that to the bank. I'm not a typical human, but I probably can be shot, burned. Yes, but it's also possible I am like Bruce Willis in that movie, Unbreakable. We just don't know. It's time for a video.
I have something I want to tell you. Yes, Michael. Not like other guys. Of course not. That's why I love you. No, I mean I'm different. What are you talking about?
Are you alright?
Mission complete.
Are you loving this? I'm loving this. It's time to go to McDonald's. Because it's emotional for me to even try to tell you the chronology of being homeless. So I'm just showing you like dots here. So because this is like the homeless story that's never been told. and hasn't really been healed. So what have I told you so far? I've taken you a few months in. Now let's give you some new info. So I was in the Hollywood district, and I was talking about being suicidal. Let me see if I can find the video. Keep talking, Alex. Alex found me because he was a viewer, and he reached out to me, and he offered to build me a teardrop camper, basically. Yeah. So he had mental health issues. He got involved in the ISIS thing. You know, the immigrants are ISIS, the immigrants are terrorists thing. And when I got away from him, he accused me of stealing his tools with no evidence whatsoever because I was the last person to hang out with him. And his audience basically had said that I looked like a tweaker or a drug addict. It was pretty specific. I'm looking for the video that I made, if I can find it, of me having a mental health crisis on Sandy Boulevard. I really felt a spiritual calling to make this video today. Example of what Portland streets can do to you. Okay, so it was 10 years ago that I made all these videos, and I was trying to wake people up to these spiritual views, and I was considered, like, it's crazy because if people did consider me to be someone with undiagnosed, whether you call it schizophrenia or schizoid affective disorder, if you really do believe that, why insult someone, try to hurt someone's feelings? Well, why would you not try to get that person the help that they need if you think that person is diseased? And so the conclusion that I came to is that a lot of humans don't actually think that I'm schizophrenic. They just say that to cause me to have confidence issues. If they really thought that I was schizophrenic, they might actually try to get me the help that they thought that I needed.
Check this out. This is gonna be crazy.
What you got from the sharp when she was young? Cause she's so fucking broke. USA Fox.
Now, I was under the perception...
It's literally like this all the way down the street.
I was under the perception that the A-man thought that was a piece of shit. Just my perception of how he looked at me, and I was under the perception that he had no sympathy for me in 2014, and that he, at that point, was a dark being. That was my psychosis, perception. There was no hint when we had Chinese dinner that he had any interest in seeing me alive, you know, is what I'm saying. And that really, really, really hurt bad. And I don't think my mother ever internalized that and seemed to have a psychosis or something, that he was willing to watch my stuff or something back then, which was definitely not telegraphed by the A-man at all. And as a result of the A-man not telegraphing a willingness to watch my stuff, all my stuff is now gone. Because the A-man wasn't willing to watch my stuff, all my stuff is now gone. Do you speak English? Did you hear what I just said? Did you hear what I just said?
All the way down there, all the way up the street.
Alex White of Southeast Portland threw out my stuff without telling me. Alex White, W-Y-A-T-T.
You saw it here first.
It makes you really wonder, folks. Now we have even Andrew Tate saying some rather strange things of recent as well. It seems like all of these
This is just autoplane.
Social media celebrities are starting to lose their minds, folks. We have, of course, Billie Eilish with what she recently said, which we're going to get into later in this video. We also have Andrew Tate talking about just making, of course, children is all that sex is for, and says you should have 5 sons and daughters when he has none. Makes total sense. Then you have, of course, Kanye with what he recently said as well, that he's going to start his own studio. And then you got Billie Eilish as well, now saying that she's coming, of course, out, folks. And let me just show you this first. So Kanye apparently is going to launch a new, of course, studio. As you can see there, it is for what you would call porn, right? Without the C, of course. I think you know what I'm referring to, obviously. So you can see that he is completely changed who he was. A couple years back, he was very anti this stuff. Matter of fact, there's a ton of tweets. I didn't even show any of this on my other channel. Here's an example. Kanye saying that corn, I'm not talking about the food, of course, caused so much trouble for his family. This is what he says here. And then he said here on another statement that it destroyed his marriage. Remove all forms of it from Twitter and every platform, and goes into details about that. This was only, what was that, a year or two ago, a couple of years ago? I think it
was watching pornography with his 11-year-old stepdaughter, and his former roommate had told me about that, and I confronted him about that, and so he made up a story. He comes from a family of police, and his wife works for PERS, the Police Retirement Fund. Well, that was in October in 2012. Later, in September 2013, charged with 57 counts of sex abuse, rape, and other crimes against her. Okay? So, I'm just wondering, you guys house a lot of sex offenders and child molesters in this town through all your little programs. I'm wondering if I can get some housing since I was made homeless because of the police protecting a child molester so he could do his thing, you know? And I've uncovered sex offenders in this town and went to their house because I knew they were housing street children and doing stuff to them, made a scene outside of their house, and then I'm told to leave by the police or I'll be charged with harassment. And Portland's got a long history of stuff like Baloney Joe's. This guy, Michael Stoop, you know, he was charged with all these sex crimes against kids at the homeless shelter that he ran, Baloney Joe's. Well, now he's been promoted to the National Coalition for Homeless after having sex with street kids in Portland. There was 5,200 downloads of child pornography at the Pentagon, and these are people that have the nuclear launch codes and stuff like that, you know, and that's top NSA, CIA, DOD, top brass people with the nuclear launch codes. And I'm just wondering what's gonna happen.
Thanks for coming. There are actually some
you guys
folks
are actually gonna start doing something about this, because I see multiple cops show up at a bar fight because two drunken goons blacking each other's eye, but I don't see like tons of cops at the mall going after all the sexual predators and pimps and stuff. And this book right here, the Franklin Cover-Up, this goes to the deepest level.
Good book, but not everybody that cites it knows about other things.
Check out a thing on YouTube that was banned. It was a BBC.
Right, they should care about Afghani kids getting raped by the military.
He was involved with this Rusty Nelson, aka Russell Nelson. He's on the top sex offender
Iraqi kids
list in Portland,
getting
He was
raped by
busted
the
for a
military.
bunch of porn, and he's part of the Iran-Contra network and all that stuff. So, you know, this town's been infiltrated by people like this.
Infiltrated by Satan.
I'm just wondering what you guys are actually going to do about stuff like this.
Nothing.
And maybe if I'm actually going to get a house or housing out of this deal, because, you know, I've seen multiple sex offenders, and I can even name some off.
Don't do that.
That have been helped by your housing. And I'm,
Well, thank you for coming this morning. And there are actually some people in the room who are good at assisting people for getting into housing that need it. So I hope maybe you'll have a chance to talk with some of them. Okay. Okay, good luck. Thank you.
So this man of Jewish heritage, his service dog did die a couple years ago. He's been assaulted. He's been threatened. It's on YouTube. Well, he's been threatened. Yeah, he's been assaulted off camera by other homeless. And yet he's defended the homeless. Like, if you're somewhat spiritual and you defend people and you're against rape and trafficking, like, shit can happen to you. Okay. So this is in relation to this is an old video that I did. Some guy that he lived with. I don't know the whole story. Okay, I don't know the whole story, but I know that when I met him, I came to his aid to the best of my ability, and you know, he was able to move on with his life, although he has not escaped persecution and negative experiences with other people. He's experienced a number of unfortunate things. We have other videos that I'm planning to show you. Here we are. Okay, so anyway, yeah, so in 2014, by the summertime, I had, and by September, but I can't find the video where I was feeling suicidal. But anyway, it looks like I deleted that, or it was deleted, one or the other. I had a way about me in the past where I would delete comments and videos that I felt were negative instead of creating documentation. Now I create documentation and I have folders full of screenshots full of comments. Okay. Anything cruel or racist that may come at me in the future, I will document it and show it. But it's interesting that now I'm willing to document it and show it, it's not appearing anymore. It's like if you're not willing to document it and you're in a victim state of consciousness and oh, don't hurt me. Oh, please don't insult me. Oh. And as soon as like you're in that mentality, it's like nothing happens or it happens. But when you're like, yeah, show me what you really think, then it's like quiet. Just a little bit of advice if you ever dealt with nefarious energies. You know, they love it when people play victim or seem or appear that they're playing victim. Even if they're actually not, they're just telling their life story. If they perceive that you're playing victim, even falsely, not a good thing. Not a good thing. So, I worked out at this place called Friendly House because I didn't want to work at Noel Fuller's gym. Work out at. And I told you previously that they looked at me like I didn't belong. I bought weed from the guy in the video because regular Portlanders wouldn't talk to me. Only a man of Jewish heritage. No regular white man other than Dave, who also was homeless, who lived in his vehicle. I traveled to Stevenson, Washington to hang out with Dave. Dave's not here. And Dave was really codependent and really, really needed like a hug. And guaranteed he's not in the audience. Some people, they only befriended me because they perceived that I would be like their buddy. And they didn't necessarily respect me as a talk show host and as a speaker. They would always view it as narcissism. Unfortunately, I perceive that to be mental illness, undiagnosed and untreated. Because I am a non-normal person. I'm not like Mike Blue Hair. I'm not like other Portlanders. I'm not like other Portland activists. I'm not like other talk show hosts. I'm certainly not like other Arabs or Afghans. I think we covered that part. Or white people, and I'm definitely white. Definitely white. Jewish, no. We don't know of any Jewishness, but not that there's anything wrong with that, and I wouldn't be ashamed of that. And I also subscribe to the idea of the spiritual Jew, for those that know what I'm talking about. Some of you know what I'm talking about, and some of you are obsessed on race. And I believe that there are a true Jewish, darker-skinned Jewish group that would be different than the official Jews too. I do believe that, and I don't believe that I don't believe that all Arabs have a destiny to fight Jews, and that there are people out there that do believe differently.
When they were first building this part of town, it's mostly dominated by Masons. And they played a pretty big role in naming the streets and numbering the streets and building certain facilities, building for certain schools, certain temples, things of that nature. For the first time, even though I'm in this area a lot, see there's a seal of the eagle there. For the first time I see this reptilian-looking character around the child, which is interesting. It's a city where white supremacy reigns in a soft form and soft sense. Now, there is an African American child also featured, but smaller and behind and looking over.
Some people could barely conceal their excitement as they gathered to see Portlandia, all in one piece. As the Visqueen curtain curled up out of the way, there she was, all 38 feet and 7 tons of hammered copper glory. Politicians, art patrons, and hard hats had the same reaction. Sculptor Raymond Caskey expressed pride in his work, but not yet the full sense of relief he'll be capable of when Portlandia is installed on the front of the Portland building this Sunday.
I think time will make that judgment. Obviously, one wants to believe that, but, you know, it's just really a matter of how it looks over time.
Former Mayor Frank Ivensey, who presided over the dedication of the Portland building 2 years ago today, thinks the statue will make Raymond Caskey's name
Alex
famous.
Ansary here, coming to you from the Micro Home on Wheels. A couple things I want to mention. I'm looking for suggestions. I'm looking for good advice. I'm looking for lots of comments in this video. I'm thinking about getting some internet so I can get outside the city and focus on doing more videos. I'm feeling really drained in the city. I'm feeling really sick right now, just being here. I'm feeling physically ill, physically drained, and I'm not eating enough, and I'm not meant to be around so much technology. My biology is adversely reacting to this environment, okay? So people ask me, hey, have I tried going somewhere else? Sorry if I get upset. I feel like my intelligence is being insulted. I don't know where to go. And a trailer park is not a good place for Alex Ansary. But I don't mind being out in nature. So I'm looking for a place to go within an hour's drive of Portland where I can be closer to nature, but be close enough to the cell phone towers to get internet signal. Right now it looks like Sprint. I'm sorry if the camera's shaking. I just need to get this video online. Sprint's got a deal for 12 gigs for $80 a month, but I've got to get this device that costs $250. Look, some of this shit's highway robbery, but I really need to get internet, and I really need to get outside the city. That's 10 times more important than office space. In fact, I'd rather be in nature, eat food, and have an appetite for food. And I'm not feeling well in the city at all. No matter how much love people try to send me from thousands of miles away, the city's making me feel sick.
And here we are 10 years later, and the sentence is the same. Song time!
And I don't want it to affect my content or my productivity. There's a lot of stuff I want to do, but the city's making me sick and it's making me sad. And issues relating to Portland are taking me away from the philosophies, the spiritual commentary, and other things that you guys want to hear from me. So I'm hurting, guys. I'm hurting right now. You know, it's not about making money. It's not about having a Big Mac or a cup of coffee or even a woman's love. It's about being somewhere where I feel healthy, where my body feels good. I feel sick here. I feel like I'm under spiritual attack, and I believe that I am. There's not enough love physically in Portland, so from the isolation, I'm feeling like I'm under spiritual attack. So a couple things, guys, and I really want to hear people start
so
giving
young and pretty, and one thing I know is true. You'll be dead before time is due, I know. Watch my daddy in bed and crying. Watch his hair been turning gray. He's been working and slaving his life away. Oh yes, I know. He's been working so hard. Mom been working too, baby.
girl, you're so young and pretty. And one thing I know is true, yeah. You'll be dead before your time is due. Know it. Watch my daddy in bed at time. Watch his hair been a turning gray. Yeah. He's been working and slaving his life away. I know he's been working so hard. I've been working too, baby. Every day, baby. We gotta get out of this place. If this the last thing we ever do, we gotta get out of this place. Girl, there's a better life for me and you. Somewhere, baby. Somehow I know it, baby. We gotta get out of this place. If it's the last thing we ever do, we gotta get out of this place. Girl, there's a better life for me and you. Believe me, baby. I know it, baby. You know it too, baby.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and continue. Okay, so what you're looking at is my departure from Oregon. And at that time, so I'm going to talk about this, but I'm going to go back because we're going to wrap this up. So I left with money from a YouTube viewer, an older woman with money who appreciated my MGTOW content. A woman thanked me for my MGTOW content. Not a man, not a Portland woman, but a woman with a man on the East Coast supported what I said in the MGTOW videos and gave me over $5,000 to get out of Portland. Okay, so I guess we'll go back and tell my Portland homeless story another time, but we'll just finish up. While in Portland, I moved around constantly in my vehicle. I worked odd jobs. I did Access TV. I made YouTube videos. I got a job from Christopher Green's AMTV. He doesn't like me. I don't like him. He likes Trump. I don't like Trump. But he, for whatever reason, maybe he's part angel. No one really knows. Our haters really don't know the truth. Neither do I. But for whatever reason, Chris Green thought I was worthy enough of helping when I had nothing, and Portlanders wouldn't help me. Only Chris Green, even if I talked shit about him and criticized him, and my haters who don't like me and him, and especially him for helping me, they really looked down upon AMTV for ever looking at me. But because of Chris Green of AMTV, who supports Trump, a Trump supporter, let's just be real with it, a person that supported Trump also supported Alex Ansary. Let's just be real with it. And the people that protested Trump did nothing for Alex Ansary, even if Alex Ansary was critical of Trump and Biden. That just because Alex Ansary is being Alex doesn't mean Alex Ansary is a hater. But it shows that there are some people that are conscious enough that did support Trump that for a while allowed Alex Ansary to be whoever he wanted to be. And Chris Green was a decent man because he never censored me and told me what to post on the internet. He fired me when he went broke, is what happened. And I started to have an attitude problem with him. That's all. He just cut me loose. That's all. When it was time to cut Mr. Attitude Problem, Alex Ansary, and people probably emailed him and said, bro, your boy's talking shit and shit. He's using your clips from your channel. No way. There's no way my haters didn't do that. And if my haters didn't do that, hats off to you, bro. This butt's for you. I assumed you did. But anyway, if you didn't, that's cool. But I totally assume for my own protection, you guys do that shit. Email people and go, psh, 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 psh. But it's cool. We're humans. And if we weren't like, partial demon scum souls, we wouldn't be on earth. We'd be in heaven. How do you like that? So listen, when I was in Portland, I spent time in libraries. I spent time at parks. I got robbed by homeless people. I didn't have good access to medicine. I moved around constantly. I was accused of theft by 8-digit PDX who got into the anti-Islamic, Syrian refugee thing. And I felt like I had to escape Portland. And when I did, I felt like I was leaving negative entities behind. This video here is in Eastern Oregon. I am documenting. We're gonna play this out, folks. Screw it. Let's do it. We're gonna play out this video of me filming various places that I stopped along the way. And eventually I did find my way to Idaho, where an ex-cop invited me who smoked marijuana. So he was a cop when marijuana was illegal. And then he was smoking it up, although he kept it from his wife and his kids. And we smoked it up in Idaho, although he probably unsubscribed by now. And he helped me on A level with the RV, although we should have looked at, the transmission, but that's in the past. So that was really nice for me to meet an ex-cop who didn't judge me, who thanked me for my information, who got his family out of LA and were motivated by my interview. So I have a long history of helping whites, including white cops from LA, get out of LA or California into brighter pastures, but they never did anything to help me really survive. Even if they bragged about their land and didn't realize that's what you're doing. When you just invite me to see what riches you have, or you brag about leaving Oregon.
Once in your life, you find her, someone who turns your heart around, and next thing you know, you're closing down the town. Wake up and it's still with you, even though you left your way across town, wondering to yourself, hey, what have I found? When you get caught between the moon and New York City, I know it's crazy, but it's true. If you get caught between
There's Ansary. There's the Ansary line that came and mated with my mother during the propane meditation season of May 1979, bringing me to the earth. Was it really right for me to get bounced out of Oregon like a nightclub, to be fleeing for my life into rural America where I'm not wanted? And for shit to get even crazy, like some weird chosen one, from hell, in hell, I end up backing up off-gridders and making the story go viral. Taking my Portland investigative, journalistic, intuitive nature with me, but it in the end worked against me. Being diverse, being loving, being in support of homeless people, it all worked against me once I got to Costilla County. And by 2016, I had a legal issue with supposed leftists in New Mexico. And later, right-wing Nazis would team up with them against me based on hate that they wouldn't even admit that they have, even to this day. And if they did heal from the hate that they had towards me, which they did, they certainly haven't admitted it. But my intuition says it's possible it's not as intense as it was in 2018, in 2019. But I know for a fact, Jack, I escaped homelessness in this RV, and I had to abandon this RV on a plot of land that I owned because of haters on the internet. And when I left the internet, none of you on the internet displayed that you did have psychic ability strong enough to know exactly why I stopped uploading. A crazy-ass female that said either fuck me or I'm going to find a man who will, went into comment sections on YouTube saying that she was going to file a missing persons report, and yet I had not physically seen her face since 2015. So that is very supernatural when you're in a fornication experience with someone that channels the lower consciousness personality of your mother that may be entity manipulated. And when that happens to you, you begin to see the devil in real time, in your family, in the women, in the men around you. And I knew for a fact that my mother wasn't working behind the scenes during this homeless period to ask Bruce, to ask Phil, to ask Amen, to ask my dad, to ask anybody at that time in 2015 who can help my son find a toilet to poop in. There was never any type of realization that I was victimized by society, and ultimately I did nothing wrong. Get the t-shirt tomorrow now at the Alex Ansary store. Alex Ansary did nothing wrong.
I noticed in Baker City, Oregon, many local businesses side by side. I'm just not used to seeing it. There's no Walmart here. Is that correct?
No Walmart.
No Walmart. No. Looks like they've got some sort of a water.
This is the
tower.
ex-cop who's in the car, I believe. Right? The cop from Los Angeles is riding shotgun with me in the RV. That's awesome. If you're watching, sir, invite me back and I'll come back. But if you did unsubscribe, I'm disappointed. I just thought you should know that. But I liked you. But I don't like meeting people and never hearing from you again. That's all. I'm a human. I'm a human. I'm exposed now. I'm not a cyborg. I have feelings. I'm just like you. I never disliked you. I just like to hear from people years later and know that you're still hanging around 10 years later. Mr. Guy in Idaho, are you still there? Calling the ex-cop in LA, are you still there? I'm summoning you with my mind. Whoa, 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 whoa. Mr. Ex-cop from LA, if you're not a Trump tard and you respect me for being a real man who visited you and your family, email me now and give me van-dwelling advice. Soarstorm333 at proton.me. Tell me you like the new and improved Alex Ansary versus the feminized version. Tell me, tall white man, that you love the new, powerful, brown, strong Alex Ansary. Tell me you hung around for 10 years and didn't throw me in the ditch like the rest of society.
Idaho Youth Ranch. This is the
Tell me your family did not talk mad crap about me when I left and that they respected my power and light. But you got to understand that when I came, F has fled Oregon for, even though she continues to receive leftist tax dollars.
EMMETT. High school over there. There's an area over there where golf courses across America by their sand. Oregon is over that way. There's a couple beautiful
Hills over that way.
Over here. This area gets their water.
Oh, all Idaho is hell now.
From those mountains. More mountains over here. This is a road that goes to Boise. It's 25 miles away.
Idaho is fucked.
I'll be checking that out soon. So
there's nothing like having to flee Oregon and go to where the people from California are fleeing. That's not moving up, honey. That's not moving up.
Here, obviously, there's a lot of vegetation. There's a lot of agriculture. A lot of fruit trees. A lot of alfalfa.
A lot of fruits.
A
lot of fruit cakes.
A lot of things growing here in the... It's definitely one of those places to consider. There's something about this region that's a little different.
Something about you, baby, that's got me running from you. There's something about you, baby, that's got me throwing up with you. Nothing like Foster Avenue. I tell you, man, you want to talk about demon portals within a demon portal.
We're on Powell heading eastbound, and we're about to take a right up here on at the light. This is Foster Boulevard. Foster is a slice of old world Portland. Hardcore, gritty. My imagination has always been running as to what the past is of not only Foster,
now crossing
but also
50th,
outer East Portland.
Stiffy Central.
So the vibe is different, and there's
strip clubs, porno stores, lingerie shacks, Foster Fitness, roid heads.
Another portal or vortice. Again, a lot of people believe in such things or don't believe in such things because they don't have the sensitivity.
And subjects F.
So there's a hardcore primal energy that runs through southeast of a sexual nature.
Her former apartment is right in that area.
People in a sex
Got lots of fellatio real close to the spot. Lots of fellatio.
The primal sexual energies in the city and how they can be
primally explosive, like a volcano.
A lot of people can't comprehend that, wrap their mind around the concept. Some of you can. So this is one of those areas. That's why you see the the laundry
kind of like the
shop,
aura.
Also known as a. I won't get into it. You see more porno stores. You see more strip clubs because that also in this vortex place I used to work out at, Jungle Gym.
Well, people that shoot strippers.
Here, actually, it's now called Foster Fitness. I don't go there anymore for certain reasons. I like quieter gyms, but it is a gym I would recommend.
Noel Fuller called me crazy.
To the big box gyms.
Noel Fuller called me a leftist.
So you can see the old world meeting the new.
Noel Fuller's disrespectful little twerp.
And actually going to Pick and Pull, looking for a used car battery. This battery's about done.
Pick and Pull is run by a bunch of Russian gangsters
A lot
or
of
some shit.
Vietnamese, Chinese, Asian businesses. Problems throughout time with violence and drug addiction, in particular meth. Now it's where the energy starts changing. I'm wondering.
All this is a super shithole right now.
A long time ago. Sometimes you could see
Freemasonic temple to the left.
world in the people. It's not always a spiritual thing. Sometimes it's just a nitty-gritty, just urban blight thing. This is the
Felony
corner of,
Flats.
67th that we're coming up onto. And for a long time, it's been pretty much an empty building. I saw in some local paper how they have a mural there. Okay, well, people dancing and drinking the night away. Okay, well.
I think there was a group called the Red
Alright,
Cobra
that's their
Bloods, a
mural. This is
Vietnamese
67th
gangster group in this
Boston.
area in the 80s.
That's a dollar store, used to be a thriftway. So back in the day, in the 80s, in the 90s, this is like a hardcore slice of urban life. And there were a lot more tough guys, a lot more people fighting. Not necessarily the most conscious thing, but it was a different time then. Men were different. Also more blue-collar workers, no hipsters. Yeah,
I think I still own that book that you could see on the lower, the Matrix
also known
book.
as a bohemian. But traditionally blue-collar, and you could see remnants of the old world, for example. So it's interesting. It's an interesting boulevard to drive down. I would say it's a lot safer than it used to be, but it still has that vibe. 72nd is also a main artery of energy. Now it gets nastier once you're going up and down. This is known as Felony Flats, this point forward, and beyond 82nd. Going down to 82nd Flavel, shallow prostitutes. And other issues, meth addicts, thieves. If it's not bolted down, it will be stolen. A lot of people on bikes everywhere, living the life, on the run, on the go. But it pains me to see people in my own hometown. There are very few protests taking place, but we have situations where protesters, fringe aspects of the protest, are acting in an unpeaceful way, invading communities like the community in Southeast Portland along Peacock Lane. And it's showing how the mainstream propaganda and the just overall negativity within our culture has infected us to such a degree that we have Portlanders being rude and nasty with other Portlanders, regardless of whether they know whether those people are on their side or not. Just a general spirit of anger. And in a big, big way, that's how I see Portland in general, even if some people find that offensive. So with that, let's go ahead and roll this video. This is video from a protest at Peacock Lane in Southeast Portland a few days after Christmas. Go ahead.
Already seen some Christmas carols? I can't breathe! 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 I can't breathe!
Now, the most diseased thing is for there to be ex-military people that think that, you know, the military shouldn't be criticized and they shouldn't respond to accusations and conversations about war crimes. But if they have like a soft spot in their heart for activists that say they should be killing dead cops, no, I don't believe anyone should be killed. But if it comes down to it, the service member who is willing to go overseas and kill innocent men, women, and children, to me, is a lower form of life than a police officer who has a job to do to defend women from rape and gang rape. People that go overseas without actual evidence that the 9/11 attacks are authentic are of a lower form of life until they repent and actually expose war crimes. When you repent and expose war crimes, you reset yourself and you separate yourself from the rest of the veterans. But if you continue to remain silent once you are confronted on the war crime problem and the trauma that has caused those of us the heritage of the land of the bombed, and you continue to remain silent and you ignore the issue as a non-issue, that's when the anger comes out from yours truly.
Belmont. a small
Right?
group
So
of
how many
protesters
people have served in the armed forces that have now been exposed to Outside the Box TV? 100 members? 200 members? 500 members? The realistic number of U.S. servicemen that have now been exposed to my message has to likely exceed 300 to 400. If we look at the totality of the millions of people, you need to know that at least millions of people have listened to me, heard of me in the totality of all the content that I've made. You understand? They don't count the views anymore once the video is gone and the channel's gone. So remember, before YouTube, there was YouTube video. So it's more than likely that many thousands of veterans have heard my message and have collectively all chosen to not communicate with me over the course of 20 years regarding war crimes, disappearing Afghani kids, stories about veterans raping people, because I can look at the mainstream media and show you with facts from the AP, from Yahoo, admissions. So why aren't these admissions happening from service members that contact me? Why would they think that I should not take this seriously? If I was, say, in a society where you as the white person were the ultimate minority and there were no other white people or half white, half whatever, and I was a part of a group going overseas to take out your kind, there would have to be healing with regards to that genocide, and it is a genocide, similar to what is happening to the people of Palestine is a genocide. And so if there are military people in the city of Portland to heal the past, you must correct the past by recognizing that some lives matter and are absolutely worthy of housing in the Portland area. Even if there is a policy that I have to be homeless and literally living with the rats and be bitten with the rats to be able to qualify for housing, that's not right. And the people that are saying that that is right, even if they're non-whites, acting like they're woke, they must be shamed in the name of Christ. I also really don't want people around me that have an issue with Christ, because I clearly described to you how I'm different than the rest and how I do believe that I am from the dimension that he came from. And this is going to cause some people that worship the thought form of Jesus Christ to turn on me, like David Smith of Gresham, Oregon. But what can you expect from people of Gresham? I mean, seriously, though.
Jesse Spoonberg, some of you may know
Jesse Spoonberg,
him.
friend of Mike Bluehair, Antifa.
older lady.
Oh, you people so hate Antifa unless Alex Ansary is exposing Antifa.
Coming up
Then
here,
they're
who's
good.
begging him, please, get on
Then
the bus,
Food Not Bombs
please,
is
sir.
good in New
He's like,
Mexico,
"I'm sorry.
and their
I'm
version
sorry."
of events of Ansary should be believed
You know,
when the
acting
leftists
like a
are
bully,
against
pretty much.
Alex. Then the right
What
and left can
any of
unite.
those
Then the snowflakes and the followers of Hitler can become one unit, one sword, cutting off Ansary's head in one swoop.
People that are trying to get from point A to point B have anything to do with the police shootings. This is also a significant scene. You're also seeing a lot of men get up in the face of women. A lot of rude, aggressive behavior.
White man supremacy over the black woman. Enter Jesse Spoonberg in 5, 4, 3, 2. White man power and deny it's going on. White man power and deny it's going on.
Some of these women they're standing their ground. So you're seeing, what I'm seeing an aggressive male acting like a criminal, basically, saying, I'm going to take over the streets. What are you going to do, woman? What are you going to do, short woman?
How could people criticize white supremacy and ignore it when it's in your face in the streets?
See, that's male aggression. Someone could protest that. Here's a black woman. She's asking the white protester, get out the way. See, you understand the insanity that has engulfed our city, that has engulfed our community, that has engulfed our country? Again, this is Peacock Lane. This is a residential street for those that are watching this on the internet. And there was a lot of people that were upset when the head of the Portland Police Union said protesters are to blame for the recent cops that have been shot. Now, I don't agree with that Portland Police Union head, but it doesn't make sense for the protesters to say, deck the halls with rows of dead cops. I mean, it's almost acting in a provocateur way for the media to seize upon that. In this case, okay, we're on Williams and Fremont, and this is the heart of the gentrification district in North Portland that you've heard me reference multiple times. As you can see to the left and right of me, this is going to be a much more densely populated part of Portland come spring, summer of 2015. And there's another development up a little ways to the left. And there's more developments a few blocks this way and a few blocks that way, although you have mostly traditional homes. But some of the homes are being demolished to make way. For example, larger homes that were built in the past are now being demolished or replaced with 2 homes or 2 mini condos. So this is North Portland. This is the heart of the
Waka, waka, waka. I've got my beautiful cat. I would love.
The project is called the
take my cat to
Corridor,
Portland.
and for the last
But see, if I was to take my cat to Portland, okay, check this out. For those of you, let's just say one of you has got the money, honey. I want to take Amtrak, like my grandma liked Amtrak. Ooh, 82 likes.
And this area has not really changed much, but it's less spooky than it used to be.
When did you come out, sweetheart?
This is an old concert hall. Now, every Portlander that's aware of the money that's hemorrhaging out of the city, especially towards our projects that cost an extremely ridiculous, inflated amount, whenever I'm with a real Portlander that understands the city's waste of money, every time we walk upon our project, the question is, how much do you think this cost? But here we have a mural that says, this is the green story of the green man of Portland. And there he is. He's all, yeah, I'm going to write me an Indian. Berry chopped. Each burial brings 1,000 new lives. Roots. It began with all things, as all things do. A bird, a seedling, a fire. Yeah, then man came, set up his brothels. Then man came to Portland, set up his strip clubs. Then man came to Portland and started kidnapping men off the Willamette River. Yeah, Portland's got a dark past that Portlanders, the ego, the collective ego, will not admit. And that's why this is a crack cocaine zone and a heroin zone. It's the energetic construct
I'm still
of suffering
shocked Portlanders aren't learning about me.
Decade.
Like, it's okay to learn about people that died or in your past, but that's shocking Portlanders aren't learning about me.
And my uncle on my mother's side operated the crane in the early 70s when they were constructing this building. Now we're
same guy that loaded missiles for the government in Alaska.
This
Phil
is the
Nagel.
Rosen, by the way. It's a concert hall. Mostly rock and rap groups perform here. This is Right to Dream 2, one of the homeless shelters in Portland. And the owner of this property is in some sort of a feud with the city, which is why this was put here. And then there's a sign here that says for sale. So this is probably going to end up being another housing project for Central City Concern because of the location, because it's on Burnside.
So at this point, I'm just gonna, talk a little bit more over this. So in the final 6 months of me living in Portland, Oregon, from the period of January to April of 2015, again, I got a job at AMTV Media. I was living in a teardrop camper. I began to park in areas outside of Gresham towards Mount Hood. I began, like I said, to protest the Cuddle House business that attracted the woman with the money on the East Coast. I got into an accident a week before I left in the teardrop camper and didn't total it, but it was the catalyst that led to the donation money from the viewer that led to the RV. And it was sudden, and it all happened in the same week, and I ended up getting Molly or MDMA from a cable access staff member who knows Subject F. She was a lady with blonde hair, who lived on Hawthorne, So before I left, right as I was getting the job from Chris Green, she and her boyfriend shared MDMA or Molly with me. So I had Molly in my exit from Portland. So I was basically coming off of Molly as I left Portland. For those that don't know that, I was coming off from Molly or ecstasy when I left Portland in April 2015. But it didn't stop me. And I did not leave with a significant amount of weed. And like I said, I did not have good weed when I was in Portland. So I wandered the streets from coffee shop to coffee shop, constantly making videos like this and constantly posting real news that was not worshiping Donald Trump, but was exposing Obama and the wars, which Chris Green was fine with until I began to criticize Trump and they attacked his income. And then Chris Green got rid of me. But Chris Green was one of, next to the Google AdSense and the woman, that provided the income for the RV gas, okay, that provided the income for the money to be put for the down payment. So Portlanders did not help me with ideas on escaping Portland, and no one in Portland ever even seemed to have heard of the state of Colorado. Of course they have, but they certainly never heard of Costia County, living in off-grid. So it seems that Portland has a lot of people in it that are lower than average intelligence, actually, that are doing the homeless thing. They're not what I would describe to be intelligent homeless. The people that are they're people that I would describe as being duped by archonic demonic forces to go to Portland to suffer more. It's not just go to Portland to get on welfare. It's go to Portland to suffer from the archonic attack. Even people that have permanent housing, that will have housing until the day that they die, they are being vampired on and assaulted by other unstable, because they've told me. Everything that I ever said about Portland has been proven to me to be the absolute truth.
The next block over.
Again, this is 20.
We're briefly going to walk through Saturday Market over
15
here.
before
Saturday
I left.
Market is open for the most part year-round, except the winter. The last day of operation is Christmas Eve, and then it's closed for a couple of months.
This had a lot of dislikes from Portlanders that didn't want me exposing Portland. So half of the video are dislikes, I think.
It's nice to see
and these
that
are
Saturday
hipster
Market is still
leftist
in
people that
operation,
disliked
but
it,
for the
guaranteed.
most part, this is all the hippie that's left of Portland.
Any
It's
criticism
all
of white
left.
supremacy,
For the
though, is
most
going
part-
to be disliked by the right. So the right and the left. So basically, Trump supporters on the right and left-wing Biden supporters are both going to resent me for calling out white supremacy in Portland. But an overt Trump and Alex Jones supporter or associate by the name of Joey Gibson will not be disliked when he accuses Portland of being white supremacists. Because he's with Trump, that statement is not seen to be a caustic. It's seen as just pointed then at the left. It's the left. So Joey Gibson did not face heat when he called Portland, Oregon white supremacists. They agreed with him on the live stream. You understand what I'm saying? Do you speak English? Hello? Do you speak English?
Our Portland is an extremely
I'm not
selfish,
held to the same
gentrified,
standard as Joey Gibson and leftists. Hello? Do you speak English?
City that's all about physical appearances, but what little hippie energy does exist, you can find here. Although it isn't very affordable, necessarily to rent a booth here, but there is some good vibes that you can. Somebody just waved.
There were
are
really,
some
really
positive
great
vibes that you
vibes at
can't-
Saturday Market back in the day, in the 80s and 90s, and that building that became the Mercy Corps building became a really good, became a horrible building. It used to be a really good building in which Saturday Market vendors, including Jim Lockhart and his wife, good-looking wife, I must say, would have liked her back in the day. But anyway, I don't think they like me. Jim Lockhart doesn't like me. People that are associated with me and Subject F don't like me, but they all like her. They all like her because she is a white woman who looks like a fairy from the Renaissance era of Europe. And I had a psychic friend say, you're stuck on this woman because she looks like the women that were high value in your former lifetime in the Middle Ages.
Made goods that you can find here, paintings, t-shirts. There's actually somebody that has a Portland version of the Monopoly game board. And we are coming up on the waterfront.
European
I feel
mindset
like,
of
stand
looking
over
at
by the river
old
for a
Europe,
minute.
like, oh, that's so old Europe. My mom did that, old Europe. They don't acknowledge the supremacy ideology that they themselves have of old Europe. Do you understand what I mean by that?
Now, in recent years, they've moved Saturday Market, part of it over here, whereas it used to be under the bridge. So they moved to make way for the Mercy Corps building. I actually came here 15 years ago and had one done for myself, believe it or not. This is one of the bright spots of Portland that still does remain. for now. So for now, we'll take a look. Some of these vendors have been here for years and years and years. And I actually remember riding my bike to Saturday Market when I was like 11, 12, a very long time ago.
So I went with David, who became a flat earther, to the Mercy Corps building when they had a documentary about human trafficking, and we were shamed for being males, and maybe they turn on me for being a dark-skinned male. But there was nothing about their documentary that exposed the system. Everything about it was just exposing males, or particular dark-skinned males, similar to Sound of Freedom. So it was a humiliating experience to be someone against human trafficking, to be hated by the women of Portland on basically every level that we can measure. There is at present, just so you're aware, no Portland woman of any heritage currently engaging with my content, just so you're aware and you're on the level.
More photography, more art, flutes, natural wood. So yeah, you don't find this at your local Walmart.
Modern women are very, 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 very damaged. They don't understand privacy. You privately communicate with a man of God via email without 1,000 erect penises invasively observing you guys talk in the comment section. Hello, do you speak English? Do you understand this word, privacy?
There's definitely an underground underneath that bar. That's to keep people from jumping in the river. I'm just kidding.
I'm not scared, I just love the flavor.
A lot of decent food here. Not the best prices,
Wait.
but-
We did get an email,
Yeah,
but we don't know the gender or the heritage of the sender. But someone did say that My Life Matters, saying that they are originating from South Africa. So an email did come in this week that did acknowledge that My Life Matters, but it's not stemming from, that we know of, Europe and North America, nor any Nagel, Lewis, or Ansary, right? So there is no Nagel, Lewis, or Ansary saying that Alex Ansary's life matters, but there is a human in South Africa of an unknown ethnic origin. I'll Google the ethnicity shared so we can ascertain which ethnicity is saying that my life matters, so we can document it on today's date. But it did not originate from any heritage of any kind from the continent of North America, from the city of Portland, or Europe. Nobody is saying that my life matters at present from the Western world. Do you speak English?
This is the Willamette River.
You want me to jump in this river one day? Keep it up, America. Love that silence. Love that Joker.
It became probably one of the most polluted rivers in an urban environment
in the galaxy.
Debunking the commonly held belief that Portland is a green city. Portland is not a green-friendly city. Portland is a dark city that seems
Portland
to
is a dirty dildo.
certain elements. In particular, people
Portland
that
is a
are going
dirty
through
needle.
extreme pain and suffering.
Stop
which
sharing
just
needles.
adds more to the drug problem and the great.
You ever come
divide
across a
between the
Portlander
have and
other than me?
have-nots. This
Run.
is a city to learn
Run.
about human suffering
Run.
and human greed. This is the place.
Run.
This is the place where you study how Babylon has fallen so hard on its face.
Portland is other than
And
me
there's
will
probably a
fuck you,
direct
they will
link
kill you,
between
they
how
will revive you,
people
and they
are
will
here
fuck
in
you and
this
kill you again.
general area and city, and complete decimation, desecration.
They will kill you, revive you, and skull
complete
fuck you.
Of our river, because we're mostly made of water, and because our waterways are completely contaminated, there's got to be a connection
They'll put you in
between
a zombie
human
porn.
consciousness, human suffering, and the polluted Willamette River. In fact, I have dreams about it, powerful dreams, where I can feel the sickness
Willamette
of this
toilet.
river, in conjunction with the whole past of people that were kidnapped all through this area.
They robbed me right there at that spot.
And then every year the military-industrial complex shows up in the form of the Navy, and people come and take a look at the Navy ships. They're usually parked all along here, the weapons of war. There's a big obsession with war machines and things of that nature, and Waterfront Park is a place where periodically those weapons of war are displayed. One other thing I want to add, even though
One thing that I've always felt about the Portland streets during winter is that they're highly electrified in terms of spirit energy. It has something to do with the misty, moist, wet air, the humidity, combined with the artificial power grid. That is...
I feel that because I'm a spiritual being, a prophet of sorts, but not the only one, who is from Portland, that either I should be in Portland for a ritual or people should be reading Dion's fortune of a higher spiritual nature that will engage with me in a shamanic trance style of communication, or in a shamanic way of holding hands, so to speak, meditating at the same time on the same symbols in various cities. So maybe someone in New York, someone in Portland, someone in Canada, someone in Texas, someone in LA, someone in San Francisco. You understand the points? Oklahoma, Florida, Miami, Tampa Bay. Who am I missing? I don't understand all of America, folks, just points of it. I haven't traveled all throughout America, just parts of it. Okay. Austin, Oklahoma City, Denver, St. Louis, Missouri, Las Vegas, Nevada. You understand where I'm going with this? We need spiritual audience members in all the major points of the globe, but we'll start with North America. And let's get this meditation going. Let's create peace in these cities. If you and I focus on one city at a time, 3 minutes here, 3 minutes there, 3 minutes here, we'll focus on a part of New York. We'll focus on a neighborhood in Portland. We'll focus on a neighborhood in LA. And if we have special contacts, hey, Alex, I listened to your broadcast. I'm not going to give you my address, but I will volunteer my neighborhood info and tell you about the supermarket. And then we have a problem here on Main Street and 33rd in this area of this town in Oklahoma, or in Washington, or in Spokane. Do you think that maybe we'll do this, and I'll do the Dion Fortune thing, and I'll get the ebook from you, and I'll study it for 2 months, and then we'll think about clearing out my town for 3 miles, Alex, and I'll give you the coordinates to the grocery store that will be our epicenter. That's all you have to do, folks. And I'm telling you, I do have abilities and I have gifts. And so we will focus, just so you know, on New York and Portland and LA and Florida, just to get the ball started.
Very much out of balance with nature. It's a combination of factors together. So we have the heightened spiritual essence. And I've said in many videos that I feel that modern Portland has a lot of
Portlanders punished me for being spiritual. Why would Portlanders not talk about me in a positive way behind the scenes? Unless they were really in a zombie trance-like state and were not yet activated by the solar cycle. You were activated by the solar cycle and you did not go and watch these videos previously, you are now instructed to look at my past Portland commentary if you're just a new viewer and see that I had legitimate gnosis. And then you need to have a consciousness shift today. You need to have a shift today and then begin to march around the city in which you live in LA, California, New York, and go, people like this shouldn't be forced to be on welfare or to beg for welfare or to beg for housing or to live in ghettos or areas that are becoming ghettos. You know, to be forced to watch, not out of jealousy, but pain, other people that are less deserving, that are actual gangsters, get straight up free housing in Section 8. And I'm telling you, as a man that is a servant of Christ, to be living in poverty, what your world has done to me is hurting me. And it's a slap in the face. Now, everything that I'm watching right now is a little bit disturbing to me, because as I listen to the old Alex, I don't really hear a weak feminized man. I should stop insulting myself. I hear a masculine man even then, actually. I'm just not being a dickhead. I'm being nice and spiritual and stuff. And I remember when a Portland woman invited me to like a sex club, and then I said, sure, and I'll get the camera. More like filming some stupid ass thing. And then she changed her mind because she's not going to want to have a spiritual man dampering that strip club vibe. So I basically spent a whole year like I was in jail, in the jail of Portland, without any real spiritual friends. And when I stayed at Bill Olson's house, 251 Omega on YouTube, although I was allowed to stay and park at his place, there was shit everywhere, dog shit everywhere, and urine bottles from his past roommate that he wanted me to clean up. I have friends that are non-white, that are psychic, that tell me at times that the truth is, Portlanders and others have always seen me as a short brown maintenance, almost like maid type person. someone to labor, someone to do work, whether it be Diamond David of Oppenheimer Ranch in Pagosa or others, men just automatically, that are usually taller and wider, see me as some sort of a maintenance worker or some sort of blue collar servant to their agenda, whether it be conspiracy theorists, Portlanders that like to party and drink and get into conspiracy theories. It really doesn't matter what it is. They always are trying to make me this subversive, dependent on them, looking up to them, making them alpha when I am the one that is alpha, that is trapped in a short, balding, aging body. I am truly a star that is in a process of going into orgasmic explosion and evolving to the next dimension. I am going to evolve, folks, beyond the earth plane. I am going to be positive and evolve beyond the ninth gate, and I am coming back. Not permanently, but temporarily for those that harm me. And I'm coming back with a flaming sword, and it's going to be pointed against Satan. And you either are with me or you are against me. But you are not permitted to ever influence me unless you are going to do it of the light. You are commanded to help me get a venue. We are now bringing this video to a close. God bless you in the name of Jesus Christ. Not the thought form, but the real deal.